Mm, 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 mm. TD Jakes in that water too now, fellas.
Hmm.
TDJ, they said TD Jakes in that Diddy pool. Y'all heard about that shit?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I definitely heard about that shit.
The- all kind of videos coming out with it too.
Yeah, they kept on. I kept on seeing that in social media. People,
Cassius transferred some of that information over to the Feds. Y'all heard about that?
Yeah.
yeah.
The burner phone, USB
See,
drive.
that's a good. I'm glad you brought that up first. I wonder how she wound up with the burner phone
When you got
from
money
Kim.
like that, bro, well,
Huh?
that is a good question, but speculation would lead to believe that she knew and was in communication with Kim Porter before Kim Porter passed away, being that she been under the Diddy label for so long. That's just me speculating. I don't know for sure. But that would be a damn good way to think about it. Because being that she started with Diddy and them at what, like 18, 19 years old?
She
Fresh
was
out of
younger
high school.
around that
Right, she
time,
was young.
probably. Yeah, definitely. She
And
was
then the
definitely.
Kim Porter shit was still going on. Who knows? Maybe she got it out of Diddy house, knowing where Kim Porter left it.
Or saying she
She got a
stole it?
lot. Might not be stolen. I ain't saying stolen, but she may have known where it was because she was in contact with Kim and Diddy. See what I'm saying?
Maybe it's her. Maybe it's her burner phone, and people saving stuff that they probably sent to her on that phone. It could be old stuff somebody sent because it's not like Kim didn't know of her before she died. It's not like it was a separation. She was still alive when the Cassie was involved with Diddy. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, so it could. What I'm saying, they could have talked. She could have passed something on. Or, you know what I'm saying? That's
Yeah.
just me speculating too. So by her having a burner phone, that could mean a couple of little things. When it's a burner, it's just that extra joint. Especially with this nigga with doing that shit. You heard what your boy Christian Keys was saying about some of the shit that was happening around the Tyler Perry situation. He had to get a camera pin to make it look like a pin
Right. Yeah.
or a chain and shit. And he said he been
Mm-hmm.
holding that for years, chap.
Right.
And each
Yeah.
one of them
That
motherfuckers, he
dude.
said holds like 8 hours of footage.
What's was down? That
So
shit
No,
came
no
out
voice
yet?
recorder pins, yeah, all that shit.
yeah, if we go to his Instagram, he did a big thing on his own Instagram about the allegations and what's going on and how far.
We were talking about it.
Yeah, yeah, he talked about it, chap, but he trying to get him a chance to come out and be honest about what's going on in the situation first. The way he was talking, it was kind of like more of uh,
Confess to your
a,
sins
a
before I put your
testimony,
sins.
a, a,
Yeah,
a
confess to your
testimony.
sins before I put you on blast. That's what it sounds like to me. Like, look, either y'all come out and tell the truth about what happened, or I'm gonna put you on fucking blast. Straight up.
Yeah, so basically back to the Cassidy thing, I think it's involved with other stuff too, chap, for the feds to even ask for that type of information as well. I don't think this only involves sexual assault and just having freaky parties. You feel me? By the other stuff coming out, like I said, Suge Knight and them coming out and having these conversations, and people are revisiting a lot of the stuff that other people been saying. 10 years ago, when we kind of started noticing differences in hip hop and entertainment, the devil worshiping, and people just out here just looking like they having so much fun. Around that time, people were exposing people. They were looking at them like they were tripping. But now a lot of the stuff, since allegations and court cases is coming out,
Actual
now they're
factual shit.
revisiting. yeah, they revisited them things and reposting them and stuff. Now I just seen one with Cat Williams was talking about, the shit with Chris Cross and Jermaine Dupri. So saying
Now
that him and
that
Diddy been cool, and been on that type of time, and it's some stuff, you know what I'm saying. But like like Chop said, it's hearsay for now until somebody either press a lawsuit or more allegations come out as far as paperwork. But this is them same stories that been told before. This didn't happened already. Like I said, about 10, 13 years ago, where people were exposing these people and saying that they was doing this shit. Nobody looked into it because everybody was getting paid. So now it's like, now we're past those limitations and they ain't get nothing from it. It's like, well, okay, now I won't see them go down. So, I look at it two ways. Uh, I'm gonna watch the show. I'm gonna just sit back and watch the show. That's what the Most High asked me to do. Gain knowledge, get your family right, make sure y'all straight, y'all good, take care of stuff, whatever you get, it's for you and it's gonna come to you. Don't go out there looking for shit. Don't be trying to be a part of nothing and all this shit. So when you do that, a lot of the times you get caught up in a lot of this shit that's going on right now. So a lot of them could have been said something back then, but they chose not to because I think a lot of them was going along with it. What y'all think, fellas? Why y'all think a lot of the stuff is coming out now versus and believing people now versus back then when the shit was first coming out?
I think one of
it,
the main reasons most people believe it now is because the way the world is, no matter what you say, it's like people feel like you have to accept it as a truth, whether if it's the whole truth or the half truth. If somebody
Hmm.
said it out their mouth, it's like they were saying
it
something that was
is
somewhat
word and law.
truthful or something or whatever, or it came from them. So or that person felt like that. So you can't say they didn't feel like that or whatever. People say, but I think that social media gave people a platform to be able to say whatever it is they want to say, whenever they want to say it, or whatever. With the Cassie shit, I think that by her coming out, it's a lot of other people that like the same thing that happened in every lawsuit that we see. The same thing happened with the fucking Bill Cosby shit. The same thing happened with R. Kelly. Once the one person come out, it's always uh, um
Or me too.
a shitload of people that come after that first initial court case and put they pleas in or whatever. So
Do you think that
Uh,
fucks with real victims by other
yes,
people pooching off of
yes,
serious situations?
yes.
yeah, I
It does
definitely think you fuck with them because
because at the
at the
end of
end
the
of the
day,
day, you don't know if those people you might have an incident where and I'm not saying that's what's going on with Diddy at all. I'm not saying that's what's going on with Diddy, but you
Right.
might have an incident where a worker or something felt disrespected behind the way you brushed against her back or something trying to pass, and she didn't think nothing of it in the beginning. Then she see somebody else come out and say the same thing. Then she come out and say something. Now that don't mean that the girl didn't actually get assaulted because she felt assaulted. You know what I'm saying? It just means
Hmm.
that it looks like, and prosecutors are going to say, are you coming out just because somebody else came out? Like, are you just trying to do the money grab type shit? Or was you really hurt behind what happened? Because
Hmm.
if you really was, it's things that you could have changed within the time frame before the other person came out and said what they said about another person to make sure that you got justification for the way you was treated before. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
nah, another thing I was looking at on the first thing that you was asking about the situation is a lot of the time it's a Me Too situation. One person come out, then another person come out, and now it's like they all saying, "Oh well, it's happened to me too, me too, me too." But as long as you were benefiting
Say that
before
shit
this
loud.
person came out, right? As long as you was benefiting before this person came out and actually got some type of justice for what they came out on this person about, you were sitting silently in the background collecting funds. So
Same
now
thing
that
with
there's
what his name is, Kristen Keys. Like nigga,
yes,
you got
long
the
as you was getting
videos and you giving him a chance to do what? If you felt played, you hit the play button to get action done, to get justice for yourself. Oh, whatever was
and
going
not
on.
and
You
not
feel what I'm
have to
Yeah,
wait
saying?
cause
on
he's
somebody else to come to the
yeah, cause
forefront and
Round
say
said people. He said by him not doing the shit, people wasn't fucking with him in the
in the industry
in
he
the
got
in the act
blackballed
in the acting and shit. Yeah.
because Tyler Perry so-called got him blackballed. But
So
you sitting on a
that's not only just trying to grab your dick. That's fucking with your money. Now you fucking with your
right,
livelihood because you don't want to hit a nigga in the ass shot. Like what kind of shit is going?
Yeah, that's crazy as fuck. But like you say,
And then
like
you tell him no. You tell a nigga no like a man, and then you go to try out for some other shit. People looking at you weird because they fuck with Tyler or whoever, and we'll go with somebody else. But they get a nigga look just like you.
right, right.
It's crazy.
And and,
It's
and,
crazy.
and, and that go, that's a part of
That
that
come with the game.
situation
You won't be a
where
part of that shit too. That's the crazy part about the shit. I'm listening, though, Pete. Go ahead.
they want you to uh accept the offer on the, like they say, here's the offer on the table. You the offering. In order for you to get this role, you got to give me what I want. I want some man meat. That's how they look at it. Now you play the game the way the game goes. You told a man, no, hey, bro, look, I don't get down like that. Now you not getting no roles and they blackballing you, but you got the evidence to support that you were being sexually harassed by this producer in order to get a role in a movie.
and
What
blackball.
you and blackball. So what you sitting on it
So
for?
he got
Why
all the
wait all
evidence
these
he
fucking
need
years?
Well, he
to
about
make
to
a
tell you,
case. So
yeah.
what
That's
you
why, cause he
what
don't want
you
them slimy bitches to slip and get away with what they did him. It's a lot of that too. What you was talking about with the waiting game, Pete? Like what you waiting for? Sometimes police will fuck with you, bruh. You'll have the gun and everything. Them motherfuckers say, well, we ain't got no bullet and they ain't got no print on it. We can't. They'll throw the whole shit out. So it is based off of an evidence thing, looking at it from a court's perspective. If you trying to, get somebody put in
Establish
jail,
motive or
yeah,
establish a motive.
you definitely need a mountain of that shit because them niggas got money. We not talking about just no nigga that can't afford the courts. When the courts know you can afford them, they give you accommodations.
Big time.
They'll accommodate your ass.
Big
You know what I'm
time
saying? You can
accommodation.
get out easier. They'll
You ain't even
recommend you
gotta sit
to
in
the
jail.
best lawyer. I mean, it's just even not the best lawyer. Sometimes when they know how to pay, pay who when you know who to pay out, a lot of times shit gonna go your way too. So it, it's fighting against that as well, especially when you are the actual victim and not just playing victim. It wasn't like you was a part of the shit and then you just, all of a sudden, no, it's like it never existed, but now it's like, you still have to prove yourself. So, hey man, here's what it is. Hit it. Drip, chip, one, two, one, two. Drip, chip, one, two, one, two, one, two. Hey, y'all know how we do around this time. What's happening, people? Welcome to the smoke out. It's your dog, your partners in them. We in the building back to bring y'all some more commentary on this news. But tonight we got a special one since it's around the said holiday time. So we gonna dig into the origin of Christmas tonight, people. If y'all don't mind, you know what I'm saying, put something in your brain tonight, for the days to come. Because if you're gonna represent it, if you're going to do something with it or be a part of it, at least know what it is and where it comes from, right? We don't want to be around here blindly just doing stuff, even if you do agree with it, or even if you don't agree or disagree with everything. It's good to at least know where it comes from. So, with that being said, I'm gonna hit my dog right quick. Let me get him. Let me get him right there, cause this shit is hilarious. Yes, people, I am Silent Child 17.
P dot on the spot.
Top check on that fucking boulder.
Chop track on that ball. Pause. I love you, my nigga. That shit is hilarious. Yes, y'all, and we back once again, man. We gonna get straight to this, man. We ain't gonna even hold y'all tonight. You know what I'm saying? I like talking about it. I don't think. But sometimes these conversations do go cross because we real men and we like to talk about a lot of the real shit that be going on. Especially when somebody will talk about some other shit. And it never goes that way. So without further ado, P Dot, how's your week been, my brother? What's been going on? And you can
All
pass
right.
it to Chop after that.
Oh man, I had a good week, bro. Started off good, full of energy. We made it through. Lord say the same. I'll be able to do it again next week. No major issues. And just glad to be here. That's all.
Week to week.
That's what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, I can't complain, bro. I just been getting them fucking working, fucking can't wait to get this holiday pay. Fuck, I ain't lying. I'm all for the holiday though, but it's 4 holidays at the end of the year when you work for the city. So it's like fuck. Every week we got a holiday for the next 2 weeks. Like two
So not
holidays.
not being a stupid question, what was the other two holidays?
I guess they give us Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve and Christmas Day and New
Oh,
Year's Day.
New Year's Day. Gotcha. Gotcha.
But
Depending
y'all
on
get
where
them
they
days with pay.
I think depending on where they fall, because it wasn't always like that. It's one of the first years I could say we got all of them. It used to just be the 3 because we wouldn't get the New Year's Day. And
You know what? This a leap year.
yeah, well, I don't know. I don't
Did it?
know. I don't know
Yeah,
nothing
leap year.
about
2024 leap year. Every 4 years leap year.
Many
that. So,
people play too much.
yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to count backwards and leap and all that. I don't know.
Just say I ain't in no fucking boat. I could
Yeah,
roll backwards and go forwards. The presence of the timeline is all fucked up, fellas. We could talk about that one of these good old segments. We could
ooh,
definitely
Lord.
talk about that. But yeah, my shit been cool. I've been cooling. You know what I'm saying? Been working on what I've been working on. Like I said, even trying to keep up with this little book, man. This shit here crazy. I've been looking up all kind of words, fellas. I am rusty. They hit me with all kind of words, nigga. But
With us, a
yeah. Other
black
than
law
that,
dictionary.
no, the what you call them? Babylon, the Timbuktu.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Some
you
of the
gotta
shit
get.
kind of, throw me for a cross. Like, yeah, throw me a little look. Because it's not a big book. It's a little small little book. Think like probably 100 and 200 some pages. It's,
Yeah, you
it's not
gotta
a
get
big book at
Black
all.
Laws Dictionary. Black Laws Dictionary.
Oh, I know what you're talking about, but yeah, I don't have it. I don't know what you're calling it.
That motherfucker. You know they all that shit
What that's
available.
18, Black's Law from 18 something, 1800
You know, they
something.
still use that. That's the law they use in court.
Yeah, I know, but don't they have a date or something on it? From I don't know. Probably thinking about something else. Don't worry about me. I know what you're talking about though. The Black's Law Dictionary. That's where you find out the actual meaning of black and white and how it actually goes with a status, a social status, and not actually race and how they mixed it with
It's a
the race.
lot of shit, a lot of words.
Yeah, yeah.
People,
Just giving a quick example of shit,
yeah, it's
but
a bunch of other definitions for words.
maritime law,
Mhm.
you learn about all that shit in that blacks.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, but yeah, fellas, I mean, we could jump straight to other news if y'all want. Y'all got something first? Y'all already know what
Uh,
I got. And y'all can pull it up anytime y'all ready.
all right, I got one for
This
you.
shit crazy.
Uh, get this here thing rolling right quick.
We in the building. Shout out to the people
Now,
who gonna be on that replay. Shout out, shout out.
on the screen there is a Hollywood unlocked. Social worker accused of posing as a child and enrolling in 3 schools,
God damn it.
facing felony charges. And they
Chop, you
got
white bitches cutting up, huh?
Mm-hmm.
bro. Now
Damn.
don't get
Them
me
hoes
wrong.
been in the news, nigga.
I don't know
Shit.
who how
My
or
baby,
how
I'm just ad libbing, dog. Go ahead, just keep talking.
like I don't know
I ain't about to say
how
shit.
she
Just keep
slipped through
talking.
the cracks like this, but the video give you a little bit more detail, and
God
then they got the
damn.
article actually over here to the left. So we'll
That's some
get to the
freaky shit,
videos
though.
first.
Accused of pretending to be a student at 3 different high schools in Boston. As
Oh.
WBZ's Christina Rex reports, investigators believe she may have been involved in other crimes.
Ma'am, do you
This
have
bitch the
anything you want
orphan.
to say?
Shelby Hewitt was silent as she left her arraignment Tuesday. The 32-year-old Canton woman is accused of posing as a 16-year-old and then a 13-year-old and attending multiple
Oh.
Boston public schools for the last academic
In
year.
Boston.
Very betrayed.
In
Her
Boston,
school
child.
befriended her at Burke High School. She says they had class together and talked on the phone often.
She just kind of seemed normal, like nice, sweet.
Yeah,
Now,
you look a
if
little
I'm
older
not,
than her.
but if we
She could
gonna
pass. You
be
saw that little white bitch? She looked like a
yeah,
little girl. She do. She got that
right.
orphan syndrome, and this bitch.
If I remember the law correctly, they're not supposed to show minors on TV or show their names.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I'm about to send it to you.
here you go. Let's get to the rest of it right quick.
Be quiet.
Prosecutors allege Hewitt used her position as a social worker with the Department of Children and Families to instead create a fake identity as a teen in DCF custody, with
Look at
fake
her goof
emails,
ass.
documents, and phone numbers used to enroll in school.
This intricate but false narrative of being an extremely traumatized child with significant special.
We're learning new information about
Let
a
me ask
woman
y'all a
accused
question right
of
quick
pretending to be
before she go into the
Educational needs.
actual case. Y'all think she had a boyfriend
Yep. Yep.
at all 3 schools, or you think her
Yep.
boyfriend was an older man?
I think
Boy, if
she
you
had a
say yep
boyfriend
like
at
that
all.
one more fucking time,
Okay. I indubitably I do believe that she did.
they go with that word making up shit. Talking about some indubitably, it's stupidly.
Indubitably I do. I sure do believe she had a boyfriend at all 3 schools and had an older gentleman for a boyfriend. If
She
she was
probably was the
able,
whore at school. She probably just let them niggas hit.
the school slut,
Yeah, at all three of them bitches.
gang bangs
That's
in the
all I
bathroom.
wanted to ask. I wanted to, if y'all thought she had a boyfriend or not. Cause
Shit,
um,
she ran
I
all
could see
kinds
her
of shit
throwing
up.
herself at niggas though. I don't see niggas like coming up to her like, yeah, what's up, Ashley? You look fine, girl. You know, cause she not. She a little bony body, little girl body. You know, that's why she was able to even do
Like
that shit.
every 4 years or leap years is based
Credentials is crazy
on.
too. Didn't you think the school should have more
Wait, time the
total
fuck out.
background
Wait,
on this shit?
my bad, y'all. I didn't mean to cut you off, bro. I'm
Go
looking at
ahead,
the
son. You good?
comment. But all right, Kevin Baldwin, what's up, Kevin? How you doing? She says crazy what people will do for money, but if it was wrong, they should have said something earlier. I agree with you, Kevin, bro, because you taking that deal, you know what I'm saying? It's just like with a job that you take and then you find out it's not what you thought it was, and then you quit. You know what I'm saying? Most people quit or whatever, but I understand, some people stay in it for whatever their reasons is. They say, man, let's be real. Let's be real. Something white folks made up. Okay, white folks made it up. I can fuck with that. Okay, let's see what Nullification Receipt say. Not every 4 years or leap years is based on being divisible by 4. Example, 1900 wasn't a leap year, but 2000 was because it could be divided by 4. Oh shit! So 24 can be divided by 4 because it would be. You know what? I'm not fucking with that. Just not fucking with that. I don't think that. I'm not saying what notification receipts saying isn't true. I'm just not fucking with that. Like, you mean to tell me a calendar got to do with dividing and adding? Fuck it, dog. I just can't. That don't make no
Because
sense.
the calendar we own, is not the actual. They started that bitch over anyway. That's what that'd be the part too about it. So if you basing it off one thing, it'll have a different answer.
Hmm.
Did other calendars even go by leap?
Yeah.
Did they even have leap years, or they just something that the
What's the
Gregorian
fucking purpose
calendar
of this
made up?
shit? That's just like some
Thank
years
you.
fucking
Yeah,
February
trying
longer
to
and
cheat a nigga.
some
They
years
trying to cheat a nigga
February
out there
short. Like what
bullshit.
the
Child.
fuck, y'all?
That's
Is
some
the
more
month
colonizer shit.
28
I'm gonna leave it
days
alone
or
though.
the 31 days or 30 days?
Some
Like
more
what the fuck is you
Roman
adding days to a month
Roman
for
Catholic
and shit
colonizer
live?
and
Well,
shit.
if that's the case, that means that it's not always 365 days because they be
Uh oh.
having
This year
the
we'll have
extra
Uh oh.
366 days.
Uh
60
oh.
who?
66. You see, they added an extra. The Earth added an
Man,
extra day.
all right. We ain't about to. In other news, Paul, finish that shit, man.
All right, hold on,
Let's
hold
open
on.
your Bibles to chapter.
The chapter such and
Numerology.
such. Let's
Continue,
talk
my
about
bad, bro.
such
But
and such.
Here you go,
no
y'all.
discernment.
Needs and emotional needs.
In reality, she's a 32-year-old with several degrees. This 2016 UMass commencement program shows her master's degree is in school counseling.
This bitch got a master's in school counseling.
Ooh, now that's
It's
even
Master.
deeper,
always the
y'all.
white teachers that get caught with the extreme pedophilia shit in the school with the kids. Like, that's
Damn, son.
extreme. And it's the women, it's always the women. It's not the dudes. I seen the dudes. The dudes get caught too, but I've been seeing a lot of fucking white women get caught for
Get
fucking with
caught,
the kids.
yes. And this shit, she got a master's,
And she won't fuck with a child.
so she likes sitting there talking to him. So she went and got a job where she could do it.
No, she went and got a job where she would be able to get information
Mm-hmm.
about children that have been removed from home, and then
Mm-hmm.
take that same information and turn
Mm-hmm.
around and make a fake identity for herself to be able to go into these schools.
Mm-hmm. Because she's not going as a counselor, she's going as a child.
Right. But she's
But
using the
she's got a
information provided.
master's in counseling because she likes to be around kids, correct?
That would be the
Why
presumption.
else would you
I
enroll
believe.
back in school? And not only one school, you enrolled in 3 of them hoes.
I
So
believe she got a
you going
place
to
where
how you doing that? You going to school every other day? What the fuck is going on?
she creating fake identities.
Ain't nobody check her absentee record. I'm saying you gotta go to class.
But
Like she passed all the
they're not
classes.
saying that she went to all of the schools at one time. She just
She
enrolled
done
in
Nigga.
2
tried this shit
different
at
schools.
different schools every year. Cause it sounded like they said she was
Yes,
doing this shit
yes.
all at once.
Oh, that's
That's how they
fucking
trying to make
terrible.
it seem. But she was doing that shit once every year, switching and going to another school under a different identity. Remember,
Mm,
she enrolled as a 16 and a 13-year-old. So the 13-year-olds, some 13-year-olds could be passing out of the 6th grade or 7th, 8th grade going straight into high school, because you see that a lot now, right? And she's smart enough to do the paperwork in school to make herself skip a grade. You see what I'm saying? This bitch got a master's degree. So when it comes to doing them homework assignments, that whole
Nigga,
on
she
point
ain't
and
gotta skip a
everything.
grade. She
that's what
passed
I'm saying.
already.
Yeah, she passed already. So it's like I get what you're saying, though,
So
Pete.
unless
Cause
they
I'm not
got new
confused about that
classes,
part. I was just trying to figure out how she was
she
actually
bro.
doing it.
What they
Because
giving the
for you to
bitch
have a master's is any fucking thing.
two
That
two
you
two mag grades the
you
same grade.
automatically down
And you
bad for even
going
trying to
back
go back and do this sick shit.
and taking child classes,
Damn.
knowing you know all the answers already.
Thank you. So passing the class is not a problem. And then think about it.
Of
If you
course.
smarter, but then think
I
about it,
said you
Chop.
still have to go to class. You still got to be present, like as far as enrollment, sir. That's the part I
Yeah,
was talking about.
yeah. I want to
So
know
how
how
they
this
was
hoe
keeping
was
up with
able to keep.
enrollment because I thought she was doing all 3 at one time. That's why I was talking about the enrollment part. I wasn't
Nah,
talking
yeah.
about if she was dumb enough. The bitch got a master's. She already know what she's doing. She went back to school.
See, my
You see
thing
what I'm
is this:
saying?
how the fuck was she keeping her job out of this shit? Why you not in the
Oh, this
office?
that's role too. You feel me? How is this bitch being in all these different places at one fucking time and nobody not paying attention? That's how her ass got caught. Wait, bitch, hold on. Where is you going? You see what I'm saying? You supposed to be 13. Where you going? This bitch
Not
get
to
in the
me.
car and pull off in a Hyundai, chap.
Look, look, I got an idea how she was doing it
She
too.
done fucked the social worker up, nigga. This bitch just
Just jumped
Look,
in the
this a
car,
this a
made her
fuck.
way to school.
did this bitch just jump in the whip? What the fuck?
Now look, I
Go
got a
ahead, P. I'm
plausible
listening.
scenario about how she was keeping it from her job. Oh, I got an appointment to go check on a child at this school and be gone out the office
Nah,
all
that's
day
freaky. Yeah,
in
that's
the
some
fucking
freaky
school.
weird. Now that's some freaky shit, man. Come on, ma'am. Ma'am.
I gotta go check on my children at their school, so I'm
Ma'am,
gonna
you're
be
sick,
gone all
ma'am.
day.
You're sick, ma'am.
That's how she probably was getting away with that shit, though. Oh Lord.
This is clearly a mental health case.
Hewitt's attorney says
That's the first thing they fucking say about white people who doing some fucked up shit. This
I
is
know it was
clearly
coming.
a mental health case. Bitch, that nigga know what she fucking doing. She got several degrees
Say,
on
chap,
masters.
she knew to go to school to get them fucking degrees, huh? She knew how to pay.
She was built to
Fucking
that.
mental health case. They quick to
That bitch
say
was
that
top of her
shit.
class, huh, chap?
Exactly. Summa cum laude.
Boy, these people are fool. Damn.
she has serious mental health issues and is in treatment. And he believes the focus should be on Boston Public
And
Schools
there isn't
and
treatment.
how
Did
his
she say that?
Look, Look how he trying to turn the tables and say the focus should be on Boston Public Schools. So you gonna try to blame the school?
Oh, they do have a little blame, but they don't get all of it. God damn. Because that's what I was talking about changing a policy of seeing if these kids really have addresses, really this who they is, because you have weirdos out here like this now. They got to change them old ass policies too. But they do get some of the blame though, because how the fuck she was able to do that shit? That's crazy for y'all not to have them records. I mean, in the fake birth certificate and all that, y'all don't check none of that. Because she couldn't use her real one. You got to enroll in school, B. You feel me?
Being that she's a state worker, all she got to do is call into the birth certificate office to say, "Hey, I need a birth certificate for said child," and they're gonna print them one. You see what I'm saying? Remember, she
I hear you play. I just don't know if that's true or not, because I ain't never did no shit like that. I'm trying to make it out of the commonest thing possible that I could think of.
Bitch, bro. I
Cause
can't think of what
she's a counselor though. Like she's a master counselor. Like how they not checking the numbers, P? It don't matter if she go get somebody else shit. They still gotta check that shit. You still have to go do the research. They just taking the information, putting that shit in the file cabinet and shutting that bitch. We got another student type shit. That's what I'm saying. That type of mentality has to stop.
I think the only reason that they're doing that is because she's using her position as a state worker, and they are believing her.
No, you don't. You do that with every child. Is my point. You do that with every child. It don't matter if she's a state worker. If she's saying she's 13, you check her shit and you see what's happening with her. That's all I'm saying. And that goes for every child because you have weirdos out here like this. Thank you. Come on. It's a lot of stuff you got to think about, P, that you go through as a child at 13. Like, what are you talking about? You keep bringing up because she was a state worker. What the fuck they got to do with her posing that she was 13 and the school not looking after it? So because they knew she was a school, a state worker? No, they didn't. And she used the birth certificate and used another somebody else social security card and they didn't check it? No, they didn't. So that type of shit is I'm talking about.
How many football and
I'm not giving them
basketball
no excuse for that.
programs in New Orleans this year got shut down because they had players that was ineligible?
Oh, that's a good fucking
question.
point.
I do not know.
No, a lot of them niggas was damn near 21, nigga, out there. Out there trying to tackle them fucking dudes. Man, come on.
They still
P, they was bullshitting out there, bro. I'm telling you, they had to regulate that shit, bro. But go ahead, Chop. My bad. I didn't mean to step on your comment.
It wasn't all the way, and it wasn't just the black schools.
Fuck no.
Your boy used to play in the NBA.
Them country bumpkin motherfucker, them Texas built corn-fed white boy be the main one. They be
too. And see, that's the thing.
Bullshit, man.
They're getting players from out of town, players from New York, players from Texas, players from Georgia, wherever. They coming down here and they playing. And they not eligible. They too old. They not registered in the state. They all kind of shit or whatever, but they doing it or whatever. So, and they caught it. So, they should have been caught her if they catching these kids, these kids playing football and basketball and shit, is what I'm saying. And this New Orleans, fuck, So.
She moved to different schools when she was about to get busted. No effects either. That's logical.
That is.
That sounds logical to me. That sounds like something a fucking master's in counseling would do if she found the jig was up. They starting to sniff her out. The social worker saw her pull off in the motherfucking Mitsubishi Ford Escort. That bitch trying to sneak out and all the children pull it off in scooters and shit. This bitch.
Look, here it go right there. She also used the domain at masterit.us to create 2 fake employees from the agency with fake contact information in December 2021. He reportedly used the child identity and the fake employees' information to enroll herself in the Walden Behavioral Treatment Center for an eating disorder and 3 different public schools, as reported to FAB. should continue the alleged scheme while earning 54,000 yearly from the state. Yeah, this bitch knew what she
Mm.
was doing. The defendant created
Of course
multiple
she did.
names and dates of birth for herself to
Mm-hmm.
propagate this intricate but false narrative of being extremely traumatized child with significant educational needs and emotional
Right,
needs,
playing crazy.
said
Mm-hmm.
the Suffolk attorney, Suffolk District Attorney
Mm-hmm.
Ashley Potter.
I won't change my
How they
thing.
caught?
She playing
That's how
crazy.
they caught her ass, then, right? That's how they caught her,
That's
right?
how they call her.
Oh, okay.
That goes back to what I was saying. She created a
No,
whole
it goes
bunch of
back to
shit.
what I was referring to myself though. That you act like it was impossible. The school finally got their fucking mind right and figured out what the fuck was going on because they were supposed to do that in the beginning. And that's
Well,
what I was talking about them changing regulations, sir.
people
But you
don't
act
want to
like I
understand
was
the
saying
fact
something
that
crazy.
that
The
you
school
gotta
does get
the
blamed,
school
Peter.
had to
They do. They get blamed,
had to
sir.
help
They
some
do. They
kind
get
of
a
way
little
for that
blame.
to happen. She can't
Yeah, they
just
do.
enroll herself
Okay,
in the
that's all I
fucking
said in the
school
beginning. What you went
Right,
without
they
off on
do.
me.
school
They
help.
do. They do. They do have to accept some of the blame. They do.
Yes, that's
And
all I said in the
I
beginning, player. And you've been arguing about this since.
mm-mm.
Look, I'm about to change the subject. Here we
But go
go.
ahead.
Yeah,
He
do
won't
that.
slap
Acting
chest with me,
business
Chop. Chop, he won't slap chest
decision
with me.
that you
Put that
made.
shit on, man.
So
He
whether
won't
that
slap
be
chest, man. Show the thing I ain't
representation
playing,
wise,
man.
Firing everybody after Cookie. Everybody has
was the
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Uh,
best acting business decision that you made. So whether that be representation wise,
firing everybody after Cookie. Everybody had to fucking go. Where is my deal? Where's my commercial? Cookie was top of the fashion game. Where is my endorsement? What did you have set up for after this? That's why y'all haven't seen me in so long. They had nothing set up. All they wanted was another cookie show, and I said, I'll do it, but it has to be right. The people deserve. She's too beloved for y'all to fuck it up. And so when they didn't get it right, I was like, well, that's it. And then they had nothing else. You're all fucking fired. I mean, I'm gonna say this though. It took me years to get there because I did have a bit of Stockholm syndrome. Baby, it's very real.
now, if y'all don't know what that is, pay attention.
You are the prize. Don't you ever forget that. You are the talent. You are their check. Don't ever forget that. They work for you. And if they're not, somebody else will do it. Was the best.
Sure the fuck will pay that
Especially
invoice.
yourself. And I think she realized she could have did the cookie brand herself.
Yes.
That's why she talked about the Stockholm thing. Because yeah, in the midst of playing victim, you were also holding yourself back.
Facts.
Right. You know what I'm saying, Chop? On that type of level, like y'all just gotta read between the lines, people, if y'all listening to this shit. Just stop listening directly to what people saying and really listen to them and read between the lines of what they're trying to tell you. Because a lot of the times these people that be in the limelight like this don't really have nothing in the beginning, like she telling you. And these big ass corporations be wanting to sue them because they mentioned one of them faggot motherfuckers' name about what's really going on and shit. So a lot of times behind the scenes, people don't really understand how the big corporations could pencil whip the fuck out you and yeah, have you worse than sometimes like people say is worse than death. You know, to be
And
out here fucked
and to
up
show you
or in jail, fucked up or in jail. You know,
you ain't
go ahead,
gotta
Chuck.
take all that shit. You know, everybody be just taking it. You know, like fuck it. That's what they want me to do. I'm gonna take it so I could get the check. Fuck that shit.
It's like
You
saying,
ain't
yeah,
gotta
okay,
do
all
all
right.
that
I'm not
shit.
trying to be difficult. You know, that's the words they use, right, child? You being difficult. You're hard to work with, and all this shit like that. You know, and people put that in the mental, like, well, I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be that girl. I don't, I'm trying to see what's going on. And then, like she said, at the end of the day, they ain't built up nothing on the cookie shit. They tried to ratchet her out, possibly, because they looking for some ancient mama jive shit, but put a little hood mix on it. That's how these motherfuckers talk, y'all. This is how they see a nigga when they want to, portray you on TV, especially with Cookie having the attitude she did on Empire. You feel me? When she said they didn't do what she wanted them to do, it was too good of a character for me to fuck it up. That's what the fuck she mean, yo.
Right.
She telling you, them bitches was trying to ratchet, gold booted type, some crazy shit. Come on, man. It was trying to tear that fucking that whole image down and try to make her slut out for the game. And she just said, you know what, thank the Most High that she, say, you know what, fuck this shit. You did? Oh, y'all ass fire. It is what it is. I'm glad she made that move, and hopefully in the future, she could, rebuild herself and build that brand, man. Get on Instagram, start doing cookie skits and shit. You know what I'm saying? Just you start from the ground, Ty. You did.
This one right here, this one is I'm not gonna lie, dog. Most High forgive me. I don't know how to feel about it. Y'all tell me what y'all think.
Male prison gangs use this man for physical gratification and ended him. And you know what he was in jail for? Theft. 1 year in jail for theft. It was felony theft, but it was theft. Was this a predator? No, because I think everybody would agree that predators deserve the absolute worst in jail. Did he unalive somebody? No. He stole stuff. That's what he did. And yet the prison gangs here in Alabama, because the guards don't run our prisons. Our prisons are for profit, which means that the sheriffs make all the money and they cut every corner they can, so they let the inmates run the prisons. And that's exactly what happens here in Alabama. And they let this guy get passed around by the prison gangs and then viciously unalived. Oh, but what did the warden say? Overdose. Overdose. His girlfriend saw him unresponsive in the hospital, cut, bruised, beaten. His entire body was bruised and beaten and cut. And yet the warden tried to blame overdose. So yes, obviously the prisoners need to be charged, but so does the warden, and so does every corrections person that worked for that warden. And guess what? They should put that warden in with the rest of those prisoners. See how they treat them. But what do you guys think about this? And may the 22-year-old Daniel Williams, a father, may he rest in peace.
P died. Jump your ass on the spot.
That's fucking horrible, man. But I didn't hear that kind of outrage when all these brothers and brown brothers that's in the jails getting killed, raped, brutally beaten, murdered.
Them comments was something serious too.
Before they
Them
even get
comments
to
was
jail,
something
they
serious too. That shit was crazy.
brutally beaten. They being assaulted by the goon squad. They being fucking like, come on, man. Where's the outrage when a brother is down like that? Wasn't out there unaliving people. Wasn't out there sexually assaulting people. But they get the worst treatment even before they make it to jail. We don't know really what happened in the jail. Yes, you're right. The warden gonna try to cover up, say dude overdose. Yeah, I know is a lie. If there is actual evidence to support that this man was brutally beaten and assaulted, that I am sorry for. But come on, dude. If you gonna speak out about that, speak out about all the other crimes that done happened against people in that prison, not just this one person. Because I'm quite sure he wasn't the only one that anything like this ever happened to in the prison in Alabama under that warden's tenure. That's all I gotta say.
Chop, you want to say something on that one, bro?
I, I
I was talking my ass up on the last. I'm gonna let y'all.
rest in peace to the dude, bro. You know, I'm not about to act like, you know, I want the man to die. Nobody should die in prison. You know, nobody at all.
Especially like they said he died.
Yeah, nobody should die like that, bro. But I just find it ironic as hell. Like, you know, I got people that done been in jail before, and niggas then got stabbed and jumped. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just then heard so many jail stories. So, and it's kind of like that. You know what I'm saying? To be honest,
Kind of exactly like that. That's it.
yeah, you know, that's why, you know,
It's like a oh, you just realized this moment type shit.
Yeah, like but that's just it's crazy that y'all just finding out that that's how it is, and but see, that's why I say jail
That's how
don't
nigga
work.
looking at it. Nigga, it's prison.
That shit don't work. And you know what they always say? Prison's supposed to
Hey
be
y'all,
hard.
I'm stupid. I'm a smoke translator.
What the fuck you mean it's supposed to be hard? You're supposed to be rehabilitate me, not you know, just throwing me to the wolves.
Yeah, and COs letting them fuck me in my ass.
That's what I'm saying. Letting people do whatever they want to do.
They let them,
Not
yeah,
follow
they
the
let them
rules.
do that.
You want me to follow the rules, but you see what I'm saying? Like, no,
Yeah.
that's not no.
That bitch really, they really got that shit arranged like a terror dome type shit.
But you know how that go though. You know what I'm saying? We could scream about some shit like that for the years and years and years. People be screaming about it, but you know, maybe this story or other stories coming out like it may, you know, start the chain reaction and bring attention to it or whatever. I mean, in this world,
yes, sir.
We definitely don't hear it from the black standpoint or so-called black standpoint because people feel like, you know, the jail's made for y'all niggas anyway. So y'all gotta get y'all ass in them bitches. Like, you know, whatever happened in them
Yeah,
bitches.
we gotta talk about this white rape that's going on. Y'all, we know you brothers been getting raped. We gotta bring this white rape that's going on in prison
to the light of day.
Is that what they doing?
That's what they're doing. That's definitely what they're doing. Let's talk about this one white boy that got raped.
It's crazy, huh? It's crazy how they do it. That's the fucked up part about it. It's crazy how they do it. You know, I'm just looking at these comments too. They tearing his ass up in them comments. That shit crazy.
Man, but see, that's crazy, though. People ain't got no
man,
filters, son. Like,
especially us, we ain't trying to hear none of that shit, bro.
The only man
Niggas thinking about 12 years a slave and shit right now when he's saying that shit.
Because this shit happened to thousands of niggas before.
Calling that nigga Justin Bieber in prison, man. They wasn't bullshitting with it. He said, "Yeah, I know it was a felony, but
oh Lord,
after a year, shit crazy, bro. Hey, bro, this society, bro, got us with this fucked up, emotional detachment from these type of things when it happens to y'all. It's like, you know,
niggas
when
say they turned him into
push
a
hate,
party pack.
sometimes, you know, it gets received in a different manner that you thought it was going, you know, whatever you
All right,
thought it was going to do.
I ain't gonna hold y'all too long with that.
Yeah,
I
they
just
killing
wanted to
you.
show y'all that right quick. That was my another
They
news.
turned that boy
I had
into a
another
party.
one, bro,
Party
but
pack.
yeah.
Somebody else said that in the beginning. That's why I was watching it through. I think it was
Well, look, that
Pistol.
boy said they turned that boy into a party pack in the dick factory.
Yeah, he said that in the beginning. That's why I was saying, man, you
Uh
pistol, go and say that in the beginning. Look,
huh.
all that playing around, cool world, hashtag, blah, and then cool world. Stop the violence and just say no to drugs and spread the P. Shit,
You know
it's
what's
jail.
crazy? Depending on what state he in, you know, felony theft is just theft over $500.
Right.
Anything over the worth of $500, the value of $500. So
Is a
uh
felony
yeah,
Yeah.
it's a felony.
over 5. Okay.
Over 500, yeah. Anything under
He said it was a
500,
felony, true, but I said, man, you didn't have to mention that. Then if you trying to, never mind, that just threw me off. Like I don't know. You know how you try to spread too much butter on your toast bread,
That
and
bit
that
get
bitch be a
soggy,
little too
soggy.
soggy. That what he did
But look,
the explanation to me.
the comment under that last one we just read said they only mad when it happened to them.
And
Case in point.
pull that news clip up right quick. Either one. I'm gonna just do one of them. Whatever one you pull up, I'm gonna just do that. So we could go on with the time.
yeah, I'm
I ain't
out
gonna
to.
do both of them. Yeah, P, that shit is numbing to a nigga, bro. But at the same time, like you said, bro, blessed to that man family, bro.
P,
I
you
hope they
got
can
it
get
or you
over it.
need me to do it?
I'm about to pull it up.
Okay.
He died
I
now. All
hope
right
they
now.
get over that tragedy. They hope they could get over that tragedy because it's fucked up there. And that's a fucked up place where that type of shit go on. So gotta learn to change.
Come on, computer.
Boom, mm-mm. MOB. Why you getting that thing? You got it?
Yeah, I'm pulling it up now.
I didn't come here to preach to you today.
Oh, my bad. I was about to play a little intro, little break for you. About to put the past on right quick while you get it together. You go ahead.
It's on the
Prominent
screen.
transgender activists tied to top Pennsylvania Dems charged with raping 2 underage boys. What y'all think about the title before we get into it? I know Chop stemmed on it in a conversation we had. What do you think about them being an actual activist for something that they supposed to be opposing to? Question mark. You could scroll down and show the article a little bit more and show the.
All right.
Ooh, he canceled himself all the way out. Boy.
I didn't come here to preach to you today. But what when I look at these contestants for the Miss Black Awareness pageant, I feel good. I feel good because I know there's a God somewhere. There's a God somewhere. Turn around, ladies, for me, please. You know there's a God who sits on high and looks down low. Man cannot make it like this. Larry Flint, Hugh Hefner, they can take the picture, but they can't make it. Only God above, the Hugh Hefner on high, can make it for you.
Apparently, these are the best women Queens has to offer. Pick one and let's go home.
You can call his name.
Be patient, my friend.
Lord, Lord. Do you love him? Do you feel joy? Say joy.
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 Don't be ashamed to call his name.
Go ahead, Pastor.
Only
Don't be
God
ashamed,
can
y'all.
give that woman the kind of joy she had right there.
Huh?
Joyful noise unto the Lord.
I am very happy to be here.
Amen. Amen. Yes, sir. Can I get an amen? Yes. I don't know what you come to do, but I come to praise his name. Lord, Lord.
All right, y'all. All right, y'all. All right, y'all. Excuse the interlude. I had to let Pastor come through right quick and you know what I'm saying, exercise the demon. Everybody straight?
Yeah, I'm back, man. It kicked me again.
Oh,
Chop.
we
It's
know.
the first one. It's the first one I sent to your Instagram chat, bro. The one with the
Well, I put it in the message. Our message is in the text message. If that's easy, I don't know which one is easier, but it's the one. It's the YouTube one. No, my bad. It's that Fox one. My bad. It's
yeah.
Fox, Pennsylvania. My bad. We going back to that. I'm about to go to the segment on his head. My fault, y'all. My bad, y'all. I apologize, people. Mighty- Yeah, there we go. Look at this. Look at this activist. A prominent transgender LGBT activist who campaigned for and endorsed several top Democrats in the Commonwealth was arrested this week on several charges, including rape and assault on two young boys. Kendall, not that's the real name. That's the girl name or the never mind. Kendall Steffens,
Stevens.
37, was arrested Monday and charged with rape, involuntary assault, unlawful contact with minors, and indecent assault against two victims less than what 13 years old, huh, fella? That must be a
That's
magic
right.
number with these raggedy motherfuckers, huh? Ain't
Yep.
the little girl? Ain't they lady just the bitch with the masters? How old she say she was? Okay, never mind.
13.
Along with charges including corruption of minors, enticing them too, y'all. So she wasn't playing. Excuse me. Never mind. And endangered the welfare of the children. Okay, Stephens, a transgender woman who is biologically male, rose to prominence, yo, in 2020 after being the victim of a brutal crime believed by many to be a hate crime in which the attacker, Tamisha, the girl, Waring, ended up pleading guilty to aggravated assault and conspiracy. Y'all want to dig into that or y'all want me to keep going so far?
Keep going. We'll dig into the
Okay.
Tamisha thing after
Nearly
we get
3 years ago, Kendall Steffens endured a frightening crime that was intended to demean and silence her. That was 3 years ago. You can scroll and show this. Oh, shit. Whoa.
Them cheek implants look kind of saggy.
Instead, Miss Stephens continued to speak out loudly on behalf of other queer victims of violent crime, all while pursuing graduate studies. Mm, 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 mm. This criminal case is now closed, but Miss Stephens will never stop fighting for respect, support, and protection that queer people deserve in order to live safely, freely, and joyfully. You can scroll up just a little bit more. The arrest of Stephens sparked a firestorm on social media. For those pointing out Stephens' ties to various political campaigns.
Facts.
You a little too far. Oh, my bad. That's right. That's not you good. You good. My fault. And some saying penalty for the alleged crimes, they should be significant based on you even being in the limelight for some political shit. They should be taking this a little more seriously. Especially dealing with two young boys and you sitting up here propagating for transgender queer people's rights and about them being treated wrong and treated unfairly and all this shit. And now you got these charges on you, sir, ma'am, oh, ma'am, 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 yeah, ma'am,
Mim. A mim.
Kendall, I'm trying, because I don't know when this case come out. I don't know what they're gonna call their self, because they might want to go back to just being a straight man or something. Because I don't know, they could do that. They transform.
I guess Kendall could be a boy and a man name. I don't know. Oh man,
it's like a unisex name, right? Like on some shit.
No.
People do use Kendall as a unisex name. That's one of them Kardashian bitches' name, I think.
it definitely got white girl's name Kendall.
In an Instagram post last year, Stephens posted a photo of Senator Bob Casey, thanking him for giving me a platform to speak. And Casey was a true ally to the community, yo. Casey, say Bob, bruh. Niggas want to talk to you, Bob. Kendall campaigned for the governor of PA. Along with photos of Kendall standing alongside with prominent Democrats in the Commonwealth. Kendall also supported the Philadelphia DA, yo, Larry Krasner. He's also friendly with Senator Bob Casey, yo, and calls him an ally, fellas. No. Just with those two big characters in this thing we call justice, how much shit can they do or not do with their power, fellas? Look at this shit.
It sounds like
that's the DA and the senator, my boy.
Mr. Mrs. Stephens is going to get a slap on the wrist with no jail time.
No, they about to throw her ass to the wolves because they don't want to be involved with her having nothing to do with them churn because that's what they involved with too, Pete. That's what I think. That's what I think.
Yeah, they definitely gonna try to draw back. Yeah, and she supported us for our campaign, but I don't believe that this should go unpunished.
That bitch was into what they was into, and it is what it is, bro. It's a lot of shit behind the scenes because they getting busted for a lot of this shit right now. If you think about it.
Yep.
Yeah, they has been getting blasted for a lot of this shit. All these political people. We just talked about round riding. Never mind. They all up in the goddamn place where they prosecute people in the office and all this crazy ass shit, man.
They on the judiciary floor getting down.
Back what the hell is
dropping that gavel on
all kind of shit. Look, for some reason, because a lot of these Democrats obviously are in place and in position, and all this shit is going on for some reason. What the heck? what they thought this was. Am I eyes deceiving? Am I tripping? Like, why are y'all connected with
Nah,
this
you're not tripping.
anyway? This
Nah,
supposed to
you're
be the
not tripping.
Republicans and shit. The Republicans supposed to be the bad people, right? This shit is supposed to be connected to all their ass. Not saying that none of them is doing it, but y'all is right here in our face. 37-year-old transgender Kendall Stephens has been arrested for allegedly raping two minors under the age of 13. Colin Rugg, co-owner of Trending Politics, this is why the death penalty exists, is what he said. I think there's a little bit more to it. You can scroll up on it. Yeah, yo, I mean, this heavy faced bitch is connected, y'all. Because now the question is, how the fuck she get around two kids to even be doing this shit, right?
Oh,
The,
look what they're
the
saying.
allegations are, let me see.
Abhorrent.
The allegations are abhorrent, thank you. Manuel Bonder, spokesperson for the governor. Of course, he ain't gonna say shit. For Josh Sapario, this individual should be prosecuted to the fullest extent and process of the law. They sound serious, huh? Like they, yeah, we mean business. You can scroll some more, cause it's just showing his ugly ass. He got them Anthony Davis eyebrows.
Senator Casey
Senator
believes that
Casey
these
believes these
allegations.
allegations are disturbing and that all violent crimes should be prosecuted, including in this case. All right. The investigation of Stephens began in September when a grandmother of one of the alleged young victims told police her grandchild was sexually assaulted by Stephens on more than one occasion, y'all, starting when he was 8. The second victim was reportedly given gifts out of nowhere, fellas. Gifts out of nowhere. Santa Claus like. Just gifts out of nowhere. Some big saggy face transgender came down the chimney and gave me a gift out of nowhere. And the parent believed it. And the parents believed it. That's going to be important for our segment later on, people. That right there is going to be very important. This is why these type of things should have or should keep you into some type of awareness about not only what you tell them, but what they are soaking up and what they are understanding when they're growing up. Okay? Was to keep him quiet. Okay? They believed it was to keep him quiet. They believed it was to keep him quiet. They believed it was to keep him quiet. I'm going to say that 3 more times. Now, I said that because that shit is important. Because that's the part right there. It blends in. This shit's crazy, man. Stephens is also said to have warned one of the victims that he would be put in jail if he told anyone about the encounter. Stephens' bail was set at 500 G's, y'all. 500 of the
That ain't
motherfuckers.
no money. That ain't no money.
Not for a bitch that's on the Democratic Commonwealth. Ooh wop doo wop with the trans and the queer getting beat up.
The
No, she getting
LGBTQ
in. She
population
got
of the
ends, right?
Commonwealth.
She
The
giving
LGBT.
Pete. She giving
Look.
gifts out of nowhere.
I said like this here. If she's doing all this
Let me see if
advocating
they
for
got any more,
same-sex
or that's the
attraction and
end.
have
Scroll up
that
a
was
little
it.
more.
Nah, that was it.
Oh, that was it. All right.
So if she
Well,
doing
yeah.
all
I mean,
this,
that's good enough anyway. But yeah, fellas.
if
Shit.
this individual is doing all of this advocating on behalf of the queer and LGBTQ population for the Commonwealth or whatever
And the
state they're
Democrats.
in, as well as the Democrats. Now remember,
Yeah,
we gotta
she
keep
was
that in
definitely a
mind.
Democrat.
We already know that the bail money gonna get put up regardless, either by that
Show that
individual
face again for
was
me,
most
child. One more time.
definitely
Show that face while Peter talking. Show me her face.
by that
Go ahead, sir.
individual or by the community of
Bow.
the LGBTQ queer community of the Commonwealth. That's who's gonna really put the bulk of the money up to show their support for
Is this
this
your leader?
movement.
Queer community. Is this your leader? Talk to me now. I want to know.
I'm having a hard time understanding why people didn't see the play
Grandma said this bitch
coming
out
to
here
the
tripping,
field.
Peter. Grandma said this bitch tripping. That nigga getting Nikes and Xbox game. He coming in there with a chain on and shit. The fuck up? Hey, bro. I'm just saying, bro. That's what they say, bro. That's how the people gotta win
Uh,
to it. What they did in the chat? What they saying, y'all? What they talking about?
look like straight out of GTA 5.
Shit. Look
Hush
like a
money,
glitch. Like they
huh?
fucked the face up.
Them cheek
It looked
implants
like a
don't last
2K
that
face
long.
from last year. Okay, that was that hour. Bang. Yeah, man. Yeah, bro. What you say, Chop? You was quiet on this one. You got anything for that one?
I don't want to get hit with a hate crime, you know.
Come, bro. Like a
I
brick,
don't
huh?
know,
Like a
cause
paint
that's
can.
I don't know, bro.
That's a
I
lot.
don't. The killer part is, they keep getting caught fucking with them kids, like
And acting like that shit
they,
ain't magic.
yeah, like they don't go with the other, but they keep proving and proving over and over again that it does.
And they
Two
bet not,
seconds.
they bet not, they bet not say them magic words. And if y'all
Damn, why
been
this that shit got your
following
face
us,
sagging like that?
if y'all that's them cheek implants.
Shit. I thought you supposed
That's
to get
cheek
it in your cheek though. That shit sitting in her jaws.
because they they wear down. Gotta
So why
maintain
even
that shit.
never mind.
Gotta
So why they
maintain that
even
shit.
oh okay, you
Why
gotta
even
keep
get
getting
it?
them perked up. You gotta keep
Yeah,
man, you might well
yeah.
get airbags in your shit, man. And just have like one of the little
That's
the
think
pins
about it.
you pump up a tire with and just put the little pin in it and just
You gotta
fluff them under
remember
your
that's
skin.
why
Fuck
Michael
you.
Jackson kept having all them fucking nose surgeries. He couldn't. He had to maintain that shit.
He wasn't trying to get no fucking cheek implants
Nah, he wasn't trying to
and
do
no
that. But
bow tie. He was just chopping on his fucking face, dog. But this shit here, my nigga, it looked like that motherfucker was getting them that shot shit too. Like that needle shit all in this motherfucker.
that Botox shit.
Like that motherfucker was working with all kind of shit, bro. Your motherfucking cheek
But see,
damn near
that
hanging off your jaws, man. You look like a motherfucking droop dog, man. Like a
literally, I
fucking
dial. If I turn back the dial, bro,
England
and
Terrier.
I'm not saying that people in the LGBT community shouldn't have the right to get married or nothing of that. You marry who you want to marry, you love who you love. But when they started coming up
Not
with all
me.
these different
This a
identities,
disclaimer.
you know, when you start coming up with all these different terminologies for who you choose to be and what you want people to respect you as, and they gotta accept it or they breaking a law. When they started putting all that shit into actual law, and we started seeing the little twists and turns start turning into big twists and turns, and now they all out swirling around this motherfucker doing all kind of fucked up shit. Oh, I identify as a woman, but I'm about to go beat the shit out of a bunch of little girls in a girls' bathroom. knowing you a fully grown young man or grown man. You see what I'm saying? Like, come on. Remember, we did the one where the like what 60-something-year-old man chose to identify as a 5-year-old girl. Like, come on, man. Y'all
How
allowing
many
this stuff to
times?
go on, and
How
then when
many
shit
times
happens,
you think? How many times you think that? How many times you think Kendall actually was in a bathroom with a boy and helped him to the bathroom or some shit like that?
a lot. I think that probably happened a lot.
How many now? Because remember we talked about them queers doing the book readings for the kids at the libraries. Was that one of Kendall's jobs? Being around kids in that space where and also being free to you know
I
be
my
himself.
my I got an even bigger question. Why?
It's some shit, y'all. So I'm just throwing it out there.
Like the biggest question on my mind is why would any of the parents who now are coming up saying that their children told the police this and their children told the police that, why were you allowing your child to be around this individual in the first place?
Yeah, a lot of that should be adult shit, and I think they didn't made it okay to blur the lines, and a lot of people go along with it, and it's getting sick, bro. The
It's
stories are
been
getting
sick.
worse, y'all. Yeah, but I
It's
mean, but
been
it's more where it's getting more exposure. I'm gonna say it like that. Then it's getting way more exposure, and people can't deny it like they used to. It's here.
this shit just is aggravating. It's starting to get to the point where it's becoming much more aggravating that this is the stuff we gotta warn our kids about. It's bad enough we had to warn our kids about stranger danger. But now you got these people saying, hey, you could be whatever you want to be. You can choose to identify
Concern,
whatever
Jen.
you want to identify as, and they out here sexually assaulting these children. Like, but you want these children to turn to uh your ideal
Sir
definition
Jester,
of being who you want to
the
be.
motherfucker dude, though. That big dude. The boys they like Lockjaw from Ben 10. Motherfucker look, you looking like way too much shots. That's what I'm saying, bro. Cause it looked like a lot of fucking needlework. You know what I mean, dude, bro? That shit crazy. That bitch hanging, nigga. That shit. Never mind. Go ahead, P. Cause
But I really gotta say this, bro, and this. Don't block me. YouTube don't cancel me or block my comment. But somebody needs to step up to the plate and shut that shit down. Like, for real. This whole situation with these LGBTQ people, bro, this shit got to get shut down. I really feel like all the motherfuckers need to be investigated, especially if you want to be a part of the trans community or the queer community, because that seems to be the ones that we seen the most do this fuck shit. I haven't heard
they coming
about
out, boy.
one.
They ain't bullshitting.
I haven't seen like one straight up lesbian relationship where the lesbian women is out here messing with little children and doing it, even though it probably has happened, it just hasn't come to the light of day yet. But we're getting more of these trans men and trans women in the news than what we've ever seen before. And they're doing the most heinous things. So I think all the motherfuckers need to start being investigated. If you gonna spy on us, talking about you want to know what we fucking talking about and what we doing, well, you need to spy on them motherfuckers too. Fuck.
Tell him, P. P. Sharpton, tell him. I don't care what they believe. Yeah.
Fuck it.
Look.
What you looking at, Ray? Just what the fuck you looking at, Ray?
You know, I noticed that
I know that you and Mr. Wilkins been mighty friendly lately. What y'all gonna be, a new couple or something?
Kiss my ass, Ray. Okay? Mr. Wilkins just an old man that like to talk. That's all that is, Ray. That's all that is.
Oh, yeah, you old like to talk. Well, I'm the one that I like to talk to.
What you want to talk about, Ray? Huh? What you want to talk about?
Nigga, I want to talk about the plan you've been working on.
I ain't working on no plan, Ray.
I know you. And I know when you got something brewing. I know it.
What I got brewing? I got brewing, Ray? You tell me.
You got something brewing, y'all. You got something brewing.
I don't care what you believe. I don't care what you believe. I don't care what you believe. Because I know you got something up your sleeve, nigga.
You think I'm going to stay up arguing with you all night? You cutting into my sleeping time. Okay, kiss my ass and good night.
Go to sleep, nigga. Yeah. I hope it's the long one.
Yeah.
Why you so concerned me go to sleep?
Good night.
I'm going to go to sleep.
Good night, Ray.
Why don't you go to sleep? Why I can't just sit here and look at your ass and wonder what you got up your sleeve?
Yeah, I got some.
All right, y'all. Oh shit, we can jump into the segment, fellas. If y'all ready. If y'all ready, y'all ready.
Shit.
Yes, people, we about to jump into the segment, the origins of Christmas. Now, this is just based off of commentary. It's nothing that we actually put together ourselves. Is something that I thought uh we could look at together about something, because we've been trying to do that type of vibe where we just kind of do commentary on some videos that we watch. So I thought it would be a perfect time to start with the Christmas, seeing that it's kind of like a anniversary with the blunt talk, just looking at the older videos and stuff. So you know looking at the progression and seeing the conversations, it been interesting. So I just thought it'd be interesting as we all just do commentary and speak between what's going on, or anything y'all that could attach to anything else that y'all see from the house or from the neighborhood or whatever, or see any resemblances of stuff that you didn't know where it came from. Oh, like that's where them type of things. So you know I think this would be a good learning lesson for the people who watching, and a good review for us as well. So yeah.
Are you ready?
All right, people. This is Christmas Unveiled. Who old boy is? Give him a shout out. Chat right quick. Shout out.
Mine unveiled.
Okay, yeah. Pied Piper, Templar Secret, Saturn's Workshop, Giant Stealing Children. So yeah, shout out to Mine Unveiled.
Merry Christmas. Hope you all are having a
Now
wonderful
remember,
time with
fellas,
your
whenever y'all ready
families,
to pause and
making memories.
say something or say anything,
Today,
y'all.
we wanted to discuss the secret dark origins of Christmas. And look, our intention isn't to ruin Christmas, like enjoy your Christmas. But at the same time, we shouldn't just blindly celebrate holy days or holidays without knowing where they came from. Like, did you know that it was once illegal in the US to celebrate Christmas? Well, this is obviously a touchy subject for many families, and although it could be a dark history, I don't think this means we have to throw away Christmas or become the Grinch, even though he's kind of the good guy in this situation. But still, that's how they get us. They mix true values of the family and being generous so that you're labeled a Scrooge if you don't want to celebrate Christmas. However, that doesn't mean there aren't some strange hidden histories within this holiday, and it's worth to check them out, possibly even asking the question, why do we celebrate this holiday?
Mm.
Most of us raised on this corporate advertised version of Christmas, shiny Coca-Cola Santa, but where did this come from? And how did this become a Christian holiday?
Was
Well,
this
no
the
matter
first
what,
time y'all
we
saw
all
the
grew up
white
on
Santa?
Christmas.
Was from the Coca-Cola commercial?
No, I had been seeing White Santa since before the Coca-Cola commercial.
The
But
white what?
the White Santa.
Oh no, that ain't my first time.
Yeah, that was they did that. I think he said the 1920s or some shit like that. It was like a depiction of what Santa Claus was and represented, and from then on, you had that same variation of the white
The jolly,
beard, the
the
the, the
jolly
red
fat man.
suit. You see what I'm saying? That red suit and all that. That comes from the Coca Cola commercial. Well, go ahead,
Oh no,
because
that
it was all
actually came
different
before
colors
the
and
Coke.
everything.
Yeah, that
No,
came
it
before
was all different colors though. But the being a main color for Santa, it came from the Coca Cola commercial. After that, everybody started using the red. But the theme of Santa, he gonna talk about it. The theme of Santa, it was different colors, Pete, because it meant something else. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, all right.
Here in America, that was the first time that depiction, because it was already celebrated from some other shit, but using that theme of how they used it, rosy cheeks, red suit, big white man, or big black man, you know. Yeah. Go ahead. He about to go ahead. Go ahead. You can play it.
Oh, all right.
Made many memories, and at least for me, they've all been positive. Forgetting the strange material desire fed to kids for wanting a big present at the end of each year because it was advertised to them on the TV. That's the hard part because there are some strange, dark associations in this Christmas story with children that I feel shouldn't even be a part of the special day. Yet, when we look back at history, it's quite shocking to realize what Christmas is truly based on. So, with that, let's get started. You could say that the two biggest days of the year are your birthday and Christmas. This is what children dream about all year. Or at least, this is how we were programmed to think. This materialistic outlook where truly most kids only care about Christmas or their birthday because of the presents. How can you blame them? As most of us were programmed by the
I can't.
television to want a certain product, and we would put it on our Christmas wish list, waiting all year to get that special toy, video game, whatever it was. You couldn't fall asleep at night knowing that Santa was going to bring you what you most desired.
Like
So,
the
what is
first
a
day of
gift?
school, man.
And why presents? Why do parents lie about this story? I'm not even kidding. My parents literally lied. My dad told me this story where he woke up in the middle of the night and actually saw Santa. And I would sit there as a little kid in amazement, visualizing this story. And I also caught them wrapping up presents one night, but they told me, go to bed. Yet I never suspected anything. I truly trusted them until I was like 10, maybe older, that Santa Claus truly existed. I'm sure there's other children that get taught earlier, but not everyone figures it out because they want to believe in Santa, which is really strange. Because the excuse that we tell children for doing this is so that they have something to believe in or to not ruin a child's magical imagination. But that's complete BS because anytime a child starts to go off from the mainstream,
Mm.
most modern parents just get them to do what every other child is doing.
Oh, that 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 that. Huh? I thought you said it was about imagination, but I gotta be the weirdo. I mean, he got a point there. I was just ad libbing. Anybody want to say anything about that? If not, you can keep press. You can press play. If somebody's saying something, you're on mute. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Somebody
That
saying something?
Yeah,
I
that
don't
was
know.
me. I was talking my ass off and was on mute the whole time.
That's what
Oh,
I said.
okay.
Okay, so I was saying, all right. Speaking of the vivid and wild imagination, look at what we just got through talking about versus what we talking about now. Or you don't want to ruin a child's imagination. Okay, so we supposed to keep letting them imagine these things that we know are not real. These fictitious things or things that are not of real life. We're supposed to keep letting these children imagine these things. And now, as adults, they are imagining that there are women who are actually men and that there are men who are actually women
Damn.
and doing this, doing the most with their imagination.
Mm-hmm.
I
They're
use
definitely
my
doing that.
imagination to, you see what I'm saying? They're using their imagination to imagine that they are these people that they're not, and they're also using the deviancy that comes from their imagination to sexually assault children.
And it's and you know, that's why I was what I was talking about with the lady and her tactics was, not the lady, Kendall. Kendall and the tactics of Kendall. It sounded real Santery, you know what I mean? So yeah. We gonna learn more about his ass.
Okay. You had anything you wanted to say, child?
I was listening.
Okay.
Hence, Christmas is something that is programmed into us,
Here we go.
not something that we just make up for our children. Our parents and their parents were programmed with the same exact story. And it's just like the Cabbage Patch Kids.
Uh-oh.
This video isn't directly connected to that series, more like a holiday special, but it does have its connections, as one of the earliest movies is Santa Claus from 1898.
Here
This
we go.
first Santa Claus
You
movie
can pause it
involves
on them
two
receipts if you
orphans
want
with
to read any of them receipts. You can if you want. I'm
Okay.
listening too though.
I'm about to tap it back. Because you say the first one was 1898. All right. So two children are being placed in a bed made. She turns off the light and the children fall asleep. Santa Claus enters the room from the fireplace and proceeds to trim the tree. Then he fills the stockings that were previously hung on a mantle by the children. After walking backward and surveying his work, he suddenly darts at the fireplace and disappears up the chimney. The children wake up to see that
Sneaking in,
Santa was
sneaking
in
out.
their
Yeah, the
room.
story. Mhm.
The film surprises everyone and leads them to wonder how Saint Nicholas disappeared.
Oh, that's gonna be important later too. Remember that
So,
Saint Nicholas too. How they tie Saint Nicholas into Santa Claus, like as if those are not two different names and all
right.
type of shit. So you keep going.
All right. So it says that the release date was September of 1898. The movie was a minute and 16 seconds. That's a movie?
Yeah, because remember, filming all that shit just was getting started. No
Yeah,
motion picture and
yeah.
all that. This
Right.
1898. Go ahead, press play.
scene, being put to sleep by a maid or
He
midwife
just showing you
as they
that
go
this
to bed
plot
on the night of
been
Christmas.
there since then.
Then,
Since then.
strangely, an old man in a costume sneaks into the house through the chimney in the middle of the night and puts toys in the kid's stocking. He's also carrying a chimney sweep, which was used for spanking children.
Uh,
Uh,
uh.
you,
Now that's something.
you saw
Now
what color
that's
suit
something
he got on
interesting.
too. Look, he got that same fucking red head on, but look at what his jumpsuit look like. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So
Wait, I'm gonna dip
that
it
was
back.
that was Santa Claus right there, whooping ass with a broom.
Wait, what wait.
We about to get into that shit, but it's it's lengthy. We ain't gonna have to watch the whole thing. Probably make a part two or something out of it. But a lot of the
I was trying to
First
find
piece.
the picture that we was looking at so they could see it.
Don't hold us up too much, bro, because it's kind of lengthy. So
Laughing all the way, bells on bobtails ring, making children bright. What fun it is to ride and sing a sleighing song tonight. Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in
Damn, they
one
singing that
horse
shit fast as fuck.
sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle bells,
he's
jingle all
showing
the
you a
way.
clip of
Oh,
what
what
you
fun
just
it is
looked
to
up.
ride
P. This is
in
the clip.
one horse open sleigh.
This is the clip of the movie.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in one
You
horse
see what I'm
open
saying?
sleigh.
Right.
Jingle
This
bells,
is the clip.
jingle bells, jingle
This
all
is
the
the
way.
movie.
Oh, what fun it is to ride in one horse open
Look at this
sleigh.
creeping fucker. Just that's a baby. A baby can't. What a baby gonna play with?
Blowing them kisses and shit.
Put a doll.
Oh, I'm so glad
Put
of that,
something in the
my
little sock.
darling.
In the sock. Dip doll. And disappeared.
After he
Two
blew him
two
a kiss,
kids woke up.
but he took the fucking tree with him.
Bang.
He took the fucking tree.
Yeah,
Or the
that's his
chimney
tree, man.
sweep or whatever that was. Look, it's
That was
right
his
there in his
broom.
hand.
That was his broom and whooped their ass. Remember he told you that earlier?
The little chimney sweep.
It's almost as if they were showing this to the orphans or something, as if it was never for the movie theaters, just something to use as a mind programming device during resets. There's also The Night Before Christmas, 1905, with a similar theme. It's the start of this Christmas story preparing it for children. We see Santa and his factory, and also a group of orphans.
Smoking a
It is
pipe.
very strange that you'll find this orphan symbol heavily associated with the story of Christmas. The kids would hang up their stockings and go to bed in order to prepare for St. Nicholas. Let's not forget the whole who's been naughty and nice. So Santa Claus has a list of every child in the world and knows whether they have been, quote, good or bad? How would any man have this knowledge? He's also from the North Pole, rides a sleigh or chariot that can fly, and uses magical reindeer to accomplish this. Then in one night, he lands on every home and climbs down the chimney? So wait, hold up. This guy is sneaking into everyone's home, and we reward him for this and feed him milk and cookies? Is that a reference for something else? Well, depending if you're good or bad, you get a present
This
or
shit is
coal.
comedy.
Why coal,
You say
though?
we reward him.
I mean, he
Why
climbs down
coal?
the chimney, but is there a reason specifically that he gives naughty children coal? So who is this Santa guy, and why is he essentially worshipped at the end of the year? Santa Claus, also known as Father Christmas, St. Nicholas, St. Nick, Kris Kringle, or Santa, is a legendary worldwide known figure who supposedly has his origin in Western Christian culture.
This motherfucker,
We'll
7
take a look at
people.
that shortly. We're going to work our way backwards to a certain degree. Let's just point out some of the things that are very strange about this whole Santa Claus story. Well, he is covered in red and white. That's very significant. There's also a specific outfit or costume for Santa. The outfit itself is a symbol that we'll have to come back to. But just take note for later. The famous red hat, this belt that seems to be doing nothing really since he has a large belly, and this top would already be tight on him. There's also the entire mall thing where children are brought to come sit on some random guy's lap that has been working there all day, and in many cases these people were actually drunk and did not care. Yet our parents brought us to come make a wish in a stranger's lap, and most of us were probably pretty horrified to even tell him what we wanted for Christmas.
Damn.
We mentioned that Santa is breaking and entering into everyone's
I'm
home.
trying to be scared.
He sees you when you're sleeping. He knows when you're
This shit
awake.
creepy.
So, yeah, while the children are sleeping. And I guess people think that's just fine. But he brings a big red bag full of presents. And also cool. After coming down a chimney that would be physically impossible for any man that size to go through. The story goes that the reason he is red and white is because he was just a creation of the Coca-Cola advertisers. And this is true. As before 1931, you can find many depictions of Santa with different colors. But when Coca-Cola came in, they really finalized the final look of what we now call Santa. However, I do believe there's a reason other than Coca-Cola that we landed on these colors, and you can
Right.
find this exact color scheme in older depictions.
Like
The
what?
Santa that Americans know is actually more of a Christ figure with literal translations meaning Christ child or little Jesus. There are also suspicions that Santa may have castrated his reindeer, as male reindeers shed their antlers in the winter, yet they are never pictured antlerless. So either they are female with male names, or there's something else going on. It's also possible that these are not their names, but actually positions or occupations of the reindeer. Christmas parties, Christmas trees, the star or angel on top, the stockings over the fireplace, all of
Now, at one point,
Subliminals.
I was right.
Subliminals.
'Cause at one point, I was told that the star on top of the tree was supposed to represent the Star of David.
The Star of David is Jewish. The Jewish ain't supposed to even be with the Christians. So how that makes sense, huh, P?
Exactly.
No, I'm
And
just
I didn't.
saying.
Now I'm just being honest with you. I didn't know that the Star of David was supposed to represent anything Jewish or anything like that until I got
Yeah,
up in
that's the
age. You
Jew.
know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
it's
So
on their
I'm
flag.
saying it's like I did not know that. I'm like, well, what's the Star of David or the star that showed the three wise men the route on how to find Mary or help them
Oh
guide
yeah,
their
it
way
get
through?
deep.
It's like it was all kind of little different little things going on with that star and that tree.
these have origins, and many of them were quite dark. Yet, every year, millions, if not billions of people around the world blindly participate in this yearly ritual. Santa Claus has multiple variations around the world. It's important for us to compare them in order to fully have an understanding of what Santa Claus really is or represents. Some countries celebrate him as a gift giver, and others celebrate him as a historical religious figure. Which is interesting, because the Jewish people are the only ones who don't have a Santa Claus, and they don't celebrate Christmas. I find that very strange, for they are deeply connected with the story. Even the modern branding of Christmas, Christmas carols, famous movies.
Here's something you may not realize about these earworms. Many of the most iconic Christmas songs of all time are written by Jewish composers. Wow.
So now look,
Wow.
at a time, remember y'all, at a time there was this man called Sabotage Sebbit. I don't know if y'all ever remember me mentioning that boy to y'all.
Mhm.
Sabotage Sebbit in 1666. This motherfucker changed everything. He convinced everybody that through their sins they will be blessed and covenant by God. So whatever you think is morally wrong, do that, and that would get you closer to him. I'm saying that because this is a part of the
Are made
mix
by
up of what they believed at the time. They were believing in deception, P. There was a time in life where people actually thought good was bad and bad was good. Not not no Run DMC shit. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
This man had 1 million followers before Twitter. This is 1666 we talking about. And he had 1 million followers. So the power behind that speaks for itself, and the influence of the people speaks for itself. And that's what they were doing. They were mixing and blending and deceiving everything at one time. This is what it was. So them not even believing in it, but reading right here that they were making songs of stuff that they didn't actually believe in is not weird at that time frame for that type of stuff, because it went on for a minute. But go ahead.
Jewish peoples. Supposedly, even Santa is a Jew. Now keep in mind, this is no way an attack on
Look at this.
modern
Look.
Jews. Not at all. But we are investigating the
They
origins of
say even
many of
Santa
these
Claus an
practices, and
unorthodox
that
Jew.
leads us to the history of
That's
religion
crazy.
itself. the Jews being connected to the ancient Canaanites, Babylonians, or the Phoenicians who were in control of the Mediterranean and Myra in Lycia during the time of St. Nicholas. Catholicism is believed to be the final version of Judaism, in which the worship of Christ is the final missing piece. St. Nicholas is said to have been more popular than Jesus, as we know Christmas is all about the values of Christ.
Pointing out that red and white hat.
You see it, huh? Okay.
It's clear as day.
And he's Saint Nicholas, supposedly from that picture, as how they put it in the murals in the Catholic churches. Mm-hmm.
But this
Yeah.
is the tool in which they program much of their symbolism by disguising it with qualities of good or the gift giver. But who
The three wise men.
was St.
Red
Nicholas,
hats.
and what is his connection to Santa
Like
Claus?
Santa Claus, huh?
St. Nicholas is where the supposed story of Santa Claus begins. St. Nicholas.
Notice how they saying that Saint Nicholas, who's pictured over here to the right, looks like a very dark-skinned man.
He
And
do
then
he
the
do look
picture,
dark skinned.
and then the picture changed to this after a short time.
It's
I had
basically
one
showing
that
you the blending of the names to create a figure in whatever religion you believe in. They
uh
created they created this space for Santa Claus. And through the guides of Santa Claus is the belief of Saint Nicholas. Because in their eyes, through the Catholic eyes, he is the depiction that you look at as the commercial one. You see what I'm saying? If that makes sense.
Was an early Christian saint or Catholic bishop. These early bishops, and still to this day, wore the fish hat or the mitre, the Dagon fish
That fish
worship,
head
in
too.
early Mesopotamian cultures who worship Astarte, Diana of Ephesus, all of which have the same Venus crescent symbolism. Also, this hat comes from before Catholicism. We have many depictions of Christ being presented before the Jewish high priest Caiaphas. The Jewish hat is the ancient origin of the Phrygian hat, and there are several different rankings. Why is a Jewish high priest, the same priest who accused Jesus of blasphemy and organized a plot to kill Jesus, wearing a mitre hat before the development of Catholicism, with a lunar crescent?
That's a
tell
good
me
question.
about that.
That's a good question. That's a good question, man. There's some other stuff behind it before they
The
called
old
it
paintings of
Catholic.
St. Nicholas plot to
When you get in your car,
This motherfucking thing here.
Just mute it and skip it, and let it play 5 seconds and let it skip. Yeah.
Put that fucking commercial right back.
Yeah, it's all good.
wearing a mitre hat before the development of Catholicism, with a lunar crescent? In the old paintings of St. Nicholas, you can clearly see the symbol for the Templar's cross. This is very important to note for later. This hat of St. Nicholas is a pagan hat. His staff is also similar to Druidic staffs, the staff of Moses. It is also in the shape of a spiral. This same staff is also called a crozier. It is the coat of arms of Basil, or Baal, which is the origins of the
There it
Rosicrucians.
is.
They are also connected with this. But for now,
Baal.
we're told that St. Nicholas was just an early Christian saint who would preach the word of Jesus. Quote, sell what you own and give the money to the poor. He supposedly used his whole inheritance to assist the needy, sick, and suffering. So he was essentially an odd fellow from 2,000 years ago. Which remember, we must also consider the altered timeline as well when it comes to this history. The story is that during this time, Christians were being prosecuted. It's always the same divide and conquer tactic, when the elites were the one in control of the new presented religion. He was born of a wealthy family and a Templar. He wasn't persecuted for his beliefs. But this is the story they tell us, because it would be strange if he was connected with the same elites who altered the Julian calendar.
Uh-oh.
right? After his supposed prison sentence for practicing Christianity,
I was
he
just talking about
goes
the
and
leap
attends the
year.
Council of Nicaea. Oh, and get this. He died on December 6th and was buried in an ancient temple dedicated to Artemis. Talk about synchronicities.
What
So they
that?
built a Catholic Christian church on top of a pagan ancient temple.
Mm,
Remember, we're
mm,
in Turkey. There are
mm,
many others.
mm.
There's
Why would
another
they
large
do that,
temple called the
PJ? You ever
Temple
ask
of
yourself that?
Venus at
Only two
Why
things I
would
could
they
think of.
build a Catholic church on top of some pagan shit? What it Snizzle is going into his now? I'm trying to figure it out, Pete. I'm trying to see
Two
why would
two
you do
things.
this? What is going on?
It's only really two things that come to mind. Either you trying to bury the history and take the artifacts that's down there and keep them in your archives for your use to uh, bamboozle people the way you want, or you trying to hide the truth. Well, either way it goes, you still trying to hide the truth, or you trying to just make it seem like your religion is the supreme religion of all religions, even before the whole thing went down. Because if that's the case,
You
then they
saying like
definitely got
sneaking?
something.
So
Yeah,
you possibly think they could be already into something, but trying to hide it
yes,
inside of calling it Catholic?
yes.
Okay.
Aphrodisias, which is not that far away.
Hold on, aphrodisias. Isn't that the same thing as like saying aphrodisiac?
Aphrodisiac. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. There it is,
There's
player.
definitely more to cover with the
See?
pagan.
Mm-mm-mm.
Freaky shit, whoa.
Mm-mm-mm.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead. It's about yeah, you
Aphrodisias,
about to see it, you about to
ancient Greek,
connect it.
was a small
And all
ancient
this
Greek
and all this has to do
Hellenistic
with Christmas.
city
Don't stay too
in
long
the.
on it. Just kind of get some bits off it, because we got a long ways to go, P. But go ahead. Go ahead, read what you about to read.
Okay, okay. Here about 100, 20 miles, 100 kilometers or 62 miles east India from the coast of Asia Sea. Aphrodisias was named after
Mm-hmm.
Aphrodite, the Greek goddess of
Aphrodite.
love,
Uh-huh.
who
Come on.
had
You
her
already know.
unique
You
folk
know.
image, the Aphrodite of
You just want
Aphrodisia.
this. You just want to make sure for everybody else. I get it. You're doing your job, bro.
It had three previous names. Wow. Le Légion, Police,
Yeah, it
Le
matches. Definitely
Légis.
matches.
Oh yeah, all them names.
It
That's too
goes with
much.
all the belief theory and all that. So yes, Christmas is connected to
Roman.
this area in this land of, like you said, of the
Origins.
Aphrodite.
But for
Go ahead.
now, let's go over some
We got
strange stories involving St. Nicholas.
this.
One of the most famous stories is that back in the day, parents couldn't afford to make payments, and so they would sell their children into prostitution because the daughters couldn't get
Whoo!
married without a dowry.
Damn.
Basically, it's an insurance policy for the female, which makes no sense because back then women had no rights. So why would the lady even need this?
Right.
It's really just an offering to another family for an
What the
incentive to
fuck?
marry, which is strange because a Catholic bishop is going around and decides
Damn,
to
yo, that's
save
some
these
dirty
three
shit.
daughters from prostitution by giving them a bag of gold. I always feel weird about random philanthropists in history and in the modern day. Why would someone go out and do this when you know how many families were going through the same thing? So basically, Santa, or Saint Nicholas, was giving away free bags of gold. He would come in the night before the girl became of age, would throw a bag of gold through the man's window, and then the daughter had the dowry to be married. This happened for the first and second daughter, and then the third daughter had her bag of gold thrown down the chimney, and it landed in a shoe. This is how St. Nicholas became known as the patron saint of prostitutes. In Benjamin
Damn.
Britten's St. Nicholas from 1948, Riga presented the life of Nicholas, in which during his birth, he
Huh?
seems to have had the ability to speak and yelled, "God be glorified," as he exited his mother's womb.
Whoa. Hold on now.
Saint Nick was the first trick. What is we talking about here, Pete? What is going on? What is
Hold
going
on now.
on?
These motherfuckers just said that this motherfucker was born with the
Saint Nick was
ability
a
to speak.
fool.
Hold on. I'm trying to rewind this back some.
Man.
Here we go right here. Yeah, here we
Shoe.
go.
They put this in
This is
their
how
books,
St.
bro.
Nicholas
This is
became
crazy.
known as the patron saint of prostitutes. In Benjamin Britten's St. Nicholas from 1948, we presented the life of Nicholas, in which during his birth,
The sopranos and altos representing school children sing the birth and childhood of Nicholas, even describing his enthusiasm in his birth or at his baptism. At the end of each verse, the boy Nicholas sings, "God be glorified." The excitement builds at the dramatic moment when the voice of the boy Nicholas is transformed into the full power and confidence of the adult Nicholas, called "God be glorified." But why is he saying that during the birth of Nicholas, Nicholas had the ability to speak and say "God be glorified"? So who put this lie out there?
he seems to have had the
The
ability
people
to speak and
who
yelled.
built that shit on top of the pagan. Who built
That
that?
makes sense. That makes sense.
they,
That
they
makes
trying
sense.
to they just trying to make gods up so it could make justify for the demons that they actually worship. It sound like to me.
God be glorified as he exited his mother's womb.
So as the motherfucker was being pushed out the womb,
And why gonna be glorified?
God be glorified. Oh my God.
God be glorified. Yeah.
Meanwhile, she probably screaming in pain, and he up here talking about some "God be glorified." What if that was somebody who was peeping in on the
Man,
situation
the
that had
doctor
no
pass
business
out, man. You
being
come straight out the cat.
talking about some "God be glorified"? Hold the hell on. I think it's time for me to leave.
Motherfucker squeezing through it. Yeah. God
Be glorified.
be glorified.
God damn.
It's a
That's
good
wild.
it's an amazing story to make up for him just dropping gold in these single women's households so they could get married and pay for not prostituting.
Well, they already were prostitutes.
I
Remember,
know.
they were
That's what I'm
being
saying. He was
already. They
dropping
were
the gold
already.
off because they said they couldn't get married though, Pete. That's why he was dropping the gold off. 'Cause they couldn't get married. They ain't had enough to tender for the man. He'd drop it off in there and they'll be able to get married and shit.
Yeah, but if they was being prostituted out, they wouldn't have had a need for the
I
gold.
don't know. I don't know what's going on. That's
That
why I
nigga
asked
was
you. Is
tricking.
Saint Nick? Is Saint Nick the first trick? That's why I'm asking you. That's what it
That
sounded
nigga
like. It
was
sounded like he was.
'tis the season to be tricking.
Fa la la
La la
la.
la 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 la. This some bullshit.
How much money you got, Nick? La 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 la.
No, talk
Oh
about that
man, that's them
motherfucker.
saying.
La
This
la.
is not us, people. This is satire. This is not us. This is what they saying. It's their book, not ours. Never
Yes,
mind.
indeed.
Go ahead, people.
There's
Shit,
also a
crazy.
very dark story associated with St. Nicholas that involves little
Oh
children
shit.
being cut up and
Oh
prepared to be
shit.
eaten.
See what I'm
3 small
saying, Pete?
children were exploring the fields, and as they
Now this nigga done went from chicken to children eating.
Bruh, he just told you where it come from though. This is another story of who? Of Santa
Saint Nick.
Claus, brother. Yeah, he trying to tell you what's going on. This they shit. This is
This is
receipts.
not this is not the same jolly fat man
He
that we
not
know.
making Yes, he's not making this shit up. He like, man, look, this is what the fuck. Before y'all knew the nigga, y'all know this is what the fuck this Santa Claus shit was about. In these, you know what I'm saying? Like, so, hey, bro, the man just said it's got something to do with chopping up kids. You know, children. Excuse my language. I'm fucked
They
up
worked and
already.
played.
Go ahead.
They began to wander off into the town. It was beginning to get late, and the sun was going down. The children were hungry and lost, and they came to a lit butcher shop. They knocked on the door and said, "We're lost and hungry. May we eat and sleep?"
Shit.
"Oh, yes," came to reply. "Do come in." As the children entered, a butcher takes a sharp knife, cuts
He's
them
reading
up,
the
and
story.
puts them in a large salting tub to be pickled. 7 years passed by, and it would seem that the butcher was actually trying to sell their meat as ham. But
Oh,
St. Nicholas, who was wandering nearby, noticed that it was not ham, but actually the flesh of young human remains.
Saint Nick.
He
What's
then
Saint Nick
resurrected.
this is?
So
Go
they're
ahead, bro. Let
saying
it
that
play.
this
Oh, go ahead.
particular,
Go ahead. You
so
want
they're
to say
saying
something? Go
that,
ahead.
yeah, so they're saying that
Shit.
this particular story of Saint Nick depicts that
It's
he
Texas
was
Chainsaw Massacre.
no. They're saying that this particular story, he found out that somebody was butchering children.
Oh, okay. I thought they was calling this nigga the butcher. I'm about to
Yeah, that's
say,
what I thought
God
at first
damn.
too.
So he must be about
Until
to save the kid or something. Okay, I get it. Come on. I got it.
The three
But that's
children.
crazy in his
And as
own though to even tell this story if there was two kids. This shit is crazy. He used to pickle kids and shit. Go ahead, P.
even a famous painting of this, which seems to be some alchemical reference.
oh, the nigga got the recipe. The nigga got the recipe on the wall. And
Oh,
look, that a
aim that
little,
crescent moon. Yep.
yeah. The alchemic recipes, and it's two different
Oh,
ones
and
too.
that double cross. Look, that double cross been seen on in the Catholic churches too. That what he's showing
What
you
this
over there on that. No, I
this
know
one
what
here?
that is. No, I know.
No,
But you
what?
see the triangle one where he got the arrow on it.
Oh, this one here.
Yeah,
Oh, that's the double cross. I thought
yeah.
that
You
was
see how he's
making
showing the
reference. I thought that was just making reference to the alchemic recipes because there's two of them on the wall up there.
well that whole thing is on some alchemy level two and basing it off of your religion. You're not even supposed to be dabbling into that anyway. That would be considered black magic, right, P?
I think so.
So being
Yeah,
under
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah,
Catholic,
yeah, yeah.
Catholics, you're supposed to just have faith. You're not supposed to be dibbling and dabbling the way you're doing, and to even have this picture
I
in
think
this
that's why they
manner
say
to
Saint.
explain something. It speaks volume of what's going on, bro. It's
I,
it's a lot of underground stuff going on that they believe in that they're not talking about, especially dealing with the
I
stories they
think that's
telling.
part of the reason why they
It's
saying
crazy.
Saint Peter actually, Saint Nicholas actually recognized something that was going on up in there, and that's why he had to try to intervene because this that he's showing, and that's why he's saying that Saint Nicholas figured out what was going on, that something wasn't right about the shit.
Yeah, they're tying him into being a hero. I get it, but
Right.
the way they're telling the story too is the also thing the underlying thing you got to pay attention to as well. Why they're playing him to be, you know, the savior
Now,
or the person that you're supposed to, give thanks to or whatever too as well. So
now this
that's what
this
I'm.
this
But
the
that's what
particular
I'm looking at.
version, and then it's the other thing. This particular version of Saint Nicholas is the one where it's the black dude again, the good guy. You see the difference? Like when it's the black dude, he a good guy in the olden days. But when it's the
he
white one,
he
it's the
is
white one with the demons.
he is a little he is a little darker and he look like a little brother like a little like a little brother down there on the ground, saying his prayers or
Right here.
something.
Yeah, right here behind him. And look at the
Yeah,
brother,
he got like
the
a
wine
look like
old
a little
brother in
fro
the
and stuff.
back. The wine old
Round
brother at
face,
the back.
Round
Isn't it
fixing
crazy?
himself, man. Go
Oh
ahead, P.
man,
Go
look at
ahead, bro.
the
I won't hold it up. Go
detail.
ahead, bro. Go ahead, play it.
St. Nicholas himself was said to have become an
Learn a little
orphan when
more
his
about
parents
this.
got sick and died. He went to go live with his uncle, who was a monk in a monastery, so he was taught about Jesus.
See, look,
So we
white
can win
people. Look, two different versions of Saint Nicholas, and why is his
that was
fucking
supposed to be
hands
the
red?
yeah, that was supposed to be the pickle kids and all that. They showing you different depictions because these the thing. Look, they drew this shit. Look,
Right.
the
Look, the
depiction was
red
from
and white.
1500s,
Look,
1520.
the red and white in the bed. The red hands. Why is your hands red, mister? The nigga in the window with the sack in his hand. That go.
Look at your
Wait,
boy hands crossed.
hold
Look
up.
at the
Look at
man
his
in the
baby.
green in the middle.
Yeah,
Look
right
at his
here.
hands. Look at his hands. His
Mm-hmm.
hands, in the green, they crossed.
Yeah, right here.
Oh, you looking at the? My bad. I'm behind. My fault.
But I'm
That's a
saying,
that's symbolism.
what
But go ahead.
what fucking baby stand up that goddamn good in the praying position?
That's Saint Nick, man. That's what they showing you.
The baby, man. Look at the baby
You
back here on
remember
the
they were
fucking
telling you
plate.
about in the beginning the Saint. See, I hate to argue with you, bro, because you be forgetting this fast. The people just told you he jumped out the cat singing "God be glorified." Remember?
I know
I'm.
dude. That makes sense.
They
They
got it
showing you
all in
the
one. Yeah, it's three
yeah.
different pictures for the
I'm
whole story.
about
P,
to
come
say
on,
what
brother. What
the
you
fuck. I'm
you
no,
be
cause look,
you be
it
thinking
threw
I be
me for a
tripping?
loop.
Look, you
The
like, man,
shit
look at
threw
this
me for a
baby.
fucking
Yeah,
loop.
that's
This nigga
nigga,
hands
that's
red.
Nick, nigga. Nigga, that's Nick, man.
They
He
got niggas
stand
in a
on business,
push-up.
man.
This shit crazy.
Nick stand on business, man. Trying to tell you, man.
This,
It
and
is
then
what it
decided
is.
to become a monk when growing up. He wanted to give away his wealth, and for some reason decided to be sneaky when doing this. This is where the tradition of filling stockings come from. He would fill
Mm,
socks with gold for the dowries of young women, with a third daughter having her
mm.
shoe filled with gold that came from a chimney. He also seemed to have magical abilities right after birth. As a newborn, he could stand on 2 feet without support, and he stood for like 3 hours or something. The story is that St. Nicholas was just an amazing man doing all these nice things in the name of Jesus, and that is why he was imprisoned. The guards were trying to convince Nicholas to deny Jesus, but he would not budge. And instead, he taught them of Jesus. He trusted that Jesus would save him and prayed for all the other Christians who were being prosecuted to pray during this time. This led to Constantine becoming emperor, and Nicholas became free because all of a sudden, Christianity became the official religion.
Oh.
So essentially, Santa Claus, or Saint Nicholas, was attending the Council of Nicaea, which was the creation of the
You see
Catholic
that double
Church.
triple cross thing? You see it now, P?
Nah, I missed it.
Oh, you missed it? Go
Yeah,
back
I was.
about 5-10 seconds
Oh,
after the
all right.
commercial.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, you ain't, not no minute. It just went. It just showed it.
Oh, with him standing up in the white room.
Wait,
Jesus,
don't
but he would not
rewind it too
budge.
much.
And
Yeah, yeah,
instead,
yeah,
he taught them of Jesus. He trusted that Jesus would
yeah.
save
Keep it
him
right there. Keep
and
it right there.
prayed
That's
for
good.
all the
That's
other
good.
Christians who were being prosecuted to pray.
Right here.
Nah. Go ahead. Go ahead. A little bit more. It about to show it. One more picture.
Not this one here with the white on, huh?
I got you. Press play.
Oh, all right.
I'm looking
During
at it.
this time. This led to Constantine becoming emperor, and Nicholas became free because all of a sudden,
There it is.
Wow.
Now you see it.
See, I don't understand the
And
significance
the
of that.
triangle at the bottom, it represented the damn, the Holy Trinity. The triangle
This little
under
piece
it,
right here.
the crow. Yeah, remember the one I showed you that he was pointing at on the wall? Remember
Yeah.
the one he was pointing at on the wall? Right. That's what I was telling you, that certain symbol represents what their into as well. So them having Saint Nicholas as the hero, even in that picture, it still was showing symbolism of what was going on, not only with the people who was practicing it, but the people who are pretending not to.
Hmm.
You
Yeah,
see what I'm
that's
saying?
odd.
They
That's
hiding it in
odd.
other shit. Yes,
Yeah,
right. But still
right.
using the symbolism to gain the power from the so-called magic with a K, right? It
And
is what
that's
it is. But yeah,
and so
that's that
basically they
underlying shit.
used him as a scapegoat. Because before
Yeah,
they
basically,
became
somebody
before
got to take the fall for us to.
mm,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
that's wild.
Christianity became the official religion. So essentially, Santa Claus, or Saint Nicholas,
Now see, look, this another one I thought you were talking about with the three crosses on the outfit.
Whether you know what the three crosses does has its significance with it, and it's not a coincidence that Saint Nick got them on because it goes with their belief of the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost, right?
Right. That's
It
the,
didn't really
that
explain the
but and
situation,
this
but it
is
don't have too much to do. It's not so much of the Christmas though with that. It's deeper with them three crosses. So that's
right.
why it wasn't really brought
He
up
was
like
the
that.
so
Yeah,
the Saint Nicholas that we should be really paying attention to is the Saint Nicholas that really believed in Christ, which was the brother Saint Nicholas that
that
came
probably had
through
nothing
and
to do with Catholic and right. It's
yes,
it's a
yes,
figure. It's like a figurehead. Yeah. It's like a
right. The one
figurehead of some
because
other
they
stuff that's going on along with it. It's basically like
right
how
because
he's saying it too as well.
they using this brother as a long
P said, nigga, they don't give a damn. This is a Nick.
like they using
Saint
him
Nick a
for
Nick.
the
Right.
poster child when it's something good going on, but when it's some other old fictitious ass shit that's passing through, they show us the
Well,
white
I see what
person.
you're saying, but it's a little deeper than that. Just look a little deeper than that though, P. It's deeper than that. That's going on, right? You're right about that, but it's a little deeper than that because when you're dealing with, you know, good versus evil, bad and good, you
And he
you
seems to
don't have,
be standing on
there's
the
no
side
look,
of
listen to me.
I want to
Listen to
just
me.
do
There's no
good.
race. There's no race involved, okay?
Right.
There's no race
No, what
involved
I'm
when there's
saying,
good and
this
bad.
particular
All right,
person
so
that
that's why I
we
said it's a
mentioned,
little
he was
deeper
standing on
than
the
him
side
just
of
being a
good.
brother and just him actually understanding and just actually understanding how they're using. They're not only using him as a brother, they're using and scrambling the whole story so they could fit their narrative, regardless if it was a black person or a white person. You know what I'm saying? Because we're learning that they have been whitewashing a lot of our history. So, even the black Europeans, you know what I'm
Right.
saying? So it's like we understand that part, but this is the part where we don't understand how is it still going on and why is a lot of niggas going along with it. And I think that it's a deeper thing behind it. So yeah, bro, you could press play.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
That nigga
Chop,
chop
you had
stupid.
anything? I'm about to
This
say,
nigga,
nigga,
yeah.
you sitting
He
here
ain't got
being
nothing to
fucking
say,
quiet,
man.
don't want to fucking
That
say nothing.
nigga
Talking about,
listening. He
I'll just
listening.
watch. No, I know he got
I
He
something to
know.
say.
listening.
I know you
I'm
He
got something
listening.
to say.
My dog
I'm not
listening, man.
about
He all
to
right.
act like I haven't heard a lot of this information already. That's why I say I'm just listening for something that pop out to me like, yeah, I never heard this before type shit.
Yeah,
Cause
but
I
it
didn't
would
watch
be
a
nice for
few
you to give us your
videos.
input on whether some of
Say
this
P, that man said
information is correct or not.
you holding the information up because you acting like
Need
go
some
ahead, bro.
insight.
was
I
attending
just
the
be trying to
Council
give
of
you a little
Nicaea,
background on some of this
which
shit,
was
is
the creation of the Catholic Church. This entire event gave the church massive amounts of
Wait,
power
pause this
in the
fucking
hands.
video. So P, you mean to tell me all these years you ain't know nothing about the Roman Catholics being in with the Christianity and all that shit? Genghis Khan, none of that shit. You don't know none of that shit.
The only thing I knew about the Roman Catholics being tied to Christianity was
One more
that,
though.
in the deepest sense of everything, I know that the Romans were the ones who persecuted and, you know, literally crucified Christians for their belief in the Most High. But then when the Roman Catholic Church became involved and they started making changes and this and this and this, and everything converted over into the Roman Catholic Society and Christianity combined together, I always felt like something was wrong with that because the Roman Catholics were the ones who decided to persecute Christ. And so I always looked at people who attended Roman Catholic churches as, you are participating in something that goes against the very foundation of what you preaching. You preach this love, humanity, this, that, and the other, but then looking at it, a lot of time was spent by your own admission and by order of the popes and these people who lead you to crucify, murder, rape, plunder, and kill in the name of God. So when it came down to the Christian thing for Christmas and all that, there, I didn't know nothing about this Roman Catholic stuff being tied into Christmas, if that makes sense to me.
It's tied into it because of the religion being tied into it. And you know about the Council of Nicaea too. You should know about that, right?
Wait, say that again. Say that last part again.
The Council of Nicaea. The man kept saying he said that several times.
No,
Yeah. So you listening and not listening.
pretty much.
And you that nigga
That
said
nigga
pretty
said
much.
pretty much. That's hilarious.
Thank you. Why you worrying about me?
But you say you listening. I just want to know
That's what he
what
told me.
input do
That's what he
you have.
said, bro. That's
I
why I
want to
left
know
him
what
alone.
input you have
But I
on
think
this
he's
subject.
saying they left me alone, bro. You you extra asking.
I just want to know
Man,
what
say
input
let it
you have on
roll,
it.
bro.
Okay, go.
No,
I'm gonna let it
what
roll.
I'm actually doing is amazed at the fact that my brother P is so lost in this thoughts. I didn't
Friends
know
of the
he was
political elite,
this lost.
leading to the creation of the
Just
Vatican, controlled
he
by the
won't
Venetian
listen now. Yeah,
Jesuits.
you
This is a
Man,
huge
turn that
topic,
fucking
and
hearing
many
aid up.
Christians and Catholics are
Turn my
touchy about this
headphones
them
up.
subject, so we'll have to
them
leave it
red
for another
heads
video.
You ain't gonna be able to hear the video, P. Now you know you
in their
can't.
own Catholic depictions. And their
Listen
own
to the
depictions,
video
they're showing you this
and
shit. That's what he's showing you too. This is not from our point of view. It's from their point of view from this shit. And you notice how all the hats are flipped to the front like that. It's really with the flip to the front, or it got like the little hang to it where you could flip it from the front to the back. However you want to rock that motherfucker. So it was showing you. I guess that's what he's showing you too. The matching of them red hats. Now that shit is important too, because there's still secret societies, fellas, that still actually practice this type of red hat shit and still get together and and everybody a part of some bullshit that's fucking up something. So
Hmm.
it shows you how far it goes back too. And if you see in the back, Pete, that look kind of like a Star of David, huh? That star looking thing they got behind the angel.
Wait, let me. I gotta go back to the screen.
So the symbolism is everywhere. Even looking at the angel's feet, image that look, them sandals is crazy. Them is like just strings on his feet, man. So hey, I
Right.
don't, the little moon, what you call it, a halo, or that's a moon? Because it usually be bright like a sun, but that shit look more like a moon. So just little things
Nuances.
like that, just kind of match them to other people who's into that type of shit, signs and using moons and whether they crescents, you know what I'm saying, or they full, or just Little shit. It don't match just off of coincidence. It matches because it's all a derivative of the same shit that was believed way back then. It's the same thing like with the Roman Catholic. This is how you got all those other branches of different sectors of the same religion. They ain't Roman Catholics ain't make that up. It came from somewhere. It came from a practice.
Okay. Okay.
But the reason I bring it up is because they were actually arguing about Arianism, which has to do with whether there's a distinction between Jesus and God. Is he all of God? Or is he part God but also flesh? Just weird arguing over small doctrine, but basically, Santa Claus or St. Nicholas was at this meeting when the Bishop Arius, who were one of the early Christian denominations who believed in things that the council did not agree
They
with,
got him on the
and so
Bible.
Nicholas literally punches this guy or heathen in the face at the council.
Oh, okay.
Weirdly, in another story, this
Saint
is
Nick
supposed to
sneaker
be the
I
nigga.
don't
reason he
believe
goes to
that
prison
shit right there.
again.
They
Saint Nick
So he gets
sneaker
sent to
niggas too,
prison
man. He was
multiple
you going
already
times.
too
tricking
far
earlier,
now,
chap.
The
bro.
He's
story doesn't
sneaker
really
niggas
add up,
too.
but
What
just
you
thought it was
mean?
strange
Council of
that he was
Nicene,
connected to the
bro. Y'all
entire
tripping,
political
man.
and
Come on
state
now.
creation of
At
Christianity
the council.
from an economical and
Santa Claus
military
and that bitch
standpoint.
hitting, sneaking people.
So St. Nicholas is trying to go
Sneaker
around
niggas.
converting all these pagans into Christianity, as the
Fuck your
story
fort,
goes,
Nick.
and that the saint even confronted the
Stop
governor
fucking with the
and all
bitches. I
these people
told
to
you.
just accept Jesus. Again, there's this theme of secretness for some reason and giving away his wealth, which doesn't really make that much sense. He was born wealthy, became an orphan, then became a monk, went to prison, then came out, is still wealthy,
Yeah,
and still
somebody's
giving
life
out
was
presents
wealthy
and
and
still
somebody's
being
life was
secretive.
hard. So it sounds like they're
His
talking about two
tomb is
different
built
people,
on
yo.
ancient
Like you
pagan
was trying to iterate earlier, Pete, with the
Mm-hmm.
black the black Saint Nick and this other Saint Nick that they talking about. They done added this new nigga that done did this shit. Yeah. So go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
That's what it
I'm
sounded
just
like.
saying.
That's what I'm saying. This shit just don't
No,
sound
he busting it open now. That's what I'm saying. Oh shit, that sounded crazy. He
funny. He cracked. He's
he's unlocking the code of a lot of the
yes,
stuff that
yes.
matches, like I was saying earlier. God damn, going too far,
temples
man.
to Artemis and Venus, which is very weird because he has many stories connected with the Virgin Mary. Oh, and his tomb is said to have a sweet odor, and that there's this white liquid that comes from his bone that the church would actually collect and sell as magical mana that was for curing all diseases. So 3 daughters are saved from prostitution, 3 boys are saved from cannibalism. What else? Well, there are actually multiple versions of that story with the boys, where the parents actually sit and eat their own children without
Damn,
even knowing until Nicholas intervenes, which is interesting Saturn symbolism for
what was
later.
going on back then,
Christmas
fellas?
trees are
What
Leyland
the hell?
cypress.
And
Saint
why
Very
Nicholas
Nicholas was
is
right there
actually
every
known
time
to be an
something was happening.
exorcist.
Nicholas, I know
He
Nicholas
was
like, hey
capable
nigga,
of
you know that's
healing
your people,
demons
huh?
as he would
Put that
carry the
shit
Book
down.
of Gospels in hand.
He was coming through there be like
He was called
Batman
upon a
for
village in
for
Placoma for
cannibals.
chopping down a cypress because it was discovered that demons would occupy these trees that were used for pagan worship. This is the true origin of the Christmas tree and its connection to Santa, an exorcism event. There's
Mm.
another story on one night where he saved the city from famine through
Chopping
psychic
down a tree
powers,
is an
in which he
exorcism event.
secretly located a merchant through remote viewing who was about to set sail for Egypt with a shipment of grain. Nicholas appeared to the merchant in a dream and bribed him with 3 gold coins. There's the 3 of the Trinity again. Remember, that is what they were arguing about at the Council of Nicaea, which is also the concept of incarnation, the process in which
But
God becomes flesh. But
but
yeah,
but
so
I
he's
thought
in
there it
that
this
is,
was
Pete.
already
Now
merchant's
look, now you
boat,
see it
so
now?
he can.
Go back, rewind about 2 seconds. You saw what I was talking about with the triangle? I don't know if you was looking or not at the screen. That's why I'm asking.
talking about something else at the council.
Go back about 5 seconds from right where you at. Yeah, about right there. Go ahead, press play. You ain't gotta go back that far at all. It's right there. Cause because he's showing. There it is, right there. You see how it's upside down?
Yeah.
Remember the alchemy sign and on the back of the wall.
Yeah.
Now you remember the cross.
Yes. Yes. I
Put them
see it
together.
now.
You feel me? Put them together. It's that same alchemy sign that was on the wall. So go ahead, go ahead. That's all. That's all I want to point out to you. Because I knew he was gonna pop it up on you. Because they do believe in that, and that's a part of the Trinity. That triangle. When they use that triangle like that, that's exactly what that is. That's some symbolism that they use in their belief of what they're praising to. But go ahead.
Nicaea, which is also the concept of incarnation, the process in which God becomes flesh. Oh, yeah. So he's in this merchant's dream, so he can also travel into people's heads or inner realms. And then he gave the merchant 3 gold coins, and he was also sleeping 3 countries away. The merchant then delivered the shipment of grain as asked and saved Lycia from famine.
Saint Nick
So is
moving, like
Saint
I said.
Nicholas
Saint Nick
some magical
moving.
Christ-like figure? Did he even actually exist? According to mainstream history, after his death he was embalmed, and his remains were eventually moved 1,000 years later to Lower Italy, Bari, by big fans of
Look at the
Saint
head.
Nicholas.
Oh. Mm, mm. The goddamn head, fellas. Okay. That's a coincidence, Pete?
Nope.
Or is that symbolism?
Symbolism here. Symbolism
He
here.
about to point out some more shit now. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. This shit is crazy. And they the ones painted. They get somebody to paint this shit, man. That's what I said. They love it's a sick fetish to watch you work.
Mohammedan masters.
Especially when it's on some deceiving shit, man. It's worse. Like, come on,
Is
man.
am I tripping or they using the name Muhammad?
Come on, man.
Do I see that?
Mohammedan, yeah. Mohammedan master, yeah.
Oh, all right.
Just so happened to be the bishops behind the Crusades and the Templars. This is a
Ah.
shadowy subject that's not easily explained briefly. However, what we are told is that these remains were secretly moved to Italy in the 11th century.
Yeah, bro.
So
It's
much
too,
red and
yeah,
white.
it's too much flaky shit. Yeah, it's too much flaky shit with them bones. Y'all gonna act like there's any fucking body, man. But nah, y'all bullshitting, man. Every time somebody be like, well, yeah, I believe in this. Let's go. Y'all say y'all got it in here. Let us see it. Yeah, we moved it. It's in Utah now. And they keep moving the shit. Man, come on, man. These people they play too much, man. That shit cold.
And we know this because of the Feast of St. Nicholas on December 6th celebrates the arrival of the partial remains of St. Nicholas by Italian sailors, or pirates. But as you look deeper, it was actually given to the Saracens for protection. Saracen is a Latin term of unknown original meaning,
A Latin
but it
term.
was synonymous with Muslim and or the
Oh, there you go,
Arabs
Pete.
of the Ottoman Empire.
There it
The
is, Pete.
Semitic root Sari
Oh
means
shit.
I knew it was
There it
coming.
is.
I fucking knew it was coming. The Mohammedans.
thief or marauder, which is the typical Christian view of these people during these times.
There's that
And they
fucking,
was beefing like a mud back then, dog.
and there goes this
That
motherfucking
Christian
hat
Muslim, look
again.
at this hat. Oh,
This vintage engraving from
get the
1875 shows an
Ethiopian cuts
Ethiopian.
here. Damn. This is crazy, bro. Bro, a
In
lot
the
of our
late
people was into some
1560s.
crazy.
Wait, they say while the Africans were enslaved in the Middle East.
This is crazy. They had a nigga over here.
Times as
Never mind. Go ahead, bro.
They had
That
some
shit
shit,
crazy.
but boy, this was more than. And then wait, they say from the 16th century, 1875. So if this was all going on, how long had Saint Nicholas been dead before the vintage engraving of 1875?
The
Long
image
before they
of the
brought
black
up all them
in
damn
Western art.
stories. He was
You see
dead
the
already. They
title
was
in
still
the
talking
middle?
about his
Okay,
ass.
so
Yeah.
1699 to
The image
1740.
of black in Western. It's crazy how much. That's what I said, man. Look, that shit is all uh Arabic. And these are Spaniards that ran into these type of people, and they telling you about them, bro. That's what the fuck is going on. And that nigga had a red ass hat on, like Saint Nick, on that same, or that same kind of probably sneaky tactic, or whatever the case may be. You know, him disappearing or some shit like that. I don't know, but I'm just saying, like, just the significance of the hat and bringing it to the Mohammedans is fucking mind blowing. I didn't know that. I didn't know that, but it makes sense for some shit that I found out about though. But go ahead, my bad, bro. I'm
Something
just
else
saying.
I just thought about. They never said what his originality, his original uh nationality or
Especially that
origin
Ottoman
was.
Empire shit. That's the a lot where the white slavery was going on too, fellas. Ottoman Empire rule.
Mm-hmm.
That a lot of that he got it highlighted at the bottom by my name. He talking of it's a he's actually talking about a lot of that shit too with a lot of uh orphan ass kids or adopted kids or shit like that because a lot of white slavery was going down in the Ottoman Empire. Yeah, it was trading, switching before, and this is before the transatlantic slave trade. That's why I'm saying white slavery. You know, for the people who listen. You can look this up too. Matter of fact, they got a couple of books. One I'm about to get into. If y'all want to get into it before me, it's called White Cargo. White Cargo: The Story of White Slavery Before Transatlantic Slave Trade. Go ahead, P. My bad.
Okay.
as they were the main enemy of the Catholic Church, as with Constantinople versus the Ottoman Empire. Yet, what we find is that the Saracens brought St. Nicholas as an artifact for the families in Italy where they had to
Oh,
decide whether moving it to Bari or Venice. They chose Bari and erected
you
a
saw Big
church for their
Round, I
remains.
see.
But this gets stranger because, well, one, there are thousands of these St. Nicholas churches around the world, hundreds in England alone.
Churches?
But the
Hmm.
original one was actually created for the
I ain't know
partial
that.
remains of a saint. And Pope Urban II was there for the tomb's consecration, who was one of the main French original Templar leaders of the Crusades.
Hmm.
Templars, for some reason, are thought of as cool or something by some modern Christians. People
Right.
literally get the Templar cross tattooed on them as if they're proud to be a part of this heritage of the
Tattoo though.
Templars. See, I'm not too sure about all that, and it's also the
Oh,
origins of
God damn it.
Freemasonry, as many lodges openly admit this. Some see them in
See?
a good light.
So why don't talk about that
They
part then?
come into
If
this
you
story
never mind.
because when discussing Santa, we're discussing the origin of religion to a certain degree.
Pause
Uh
it.
oh.
It's not very well
Uh
known,
oh.
When
but
you
the
Pressing.
Templars worshipped
when you
secret
talking
Hey,
gods.
about
ew,
certain
They
ew, ew.
when you talking about certain Masons talk about this stuff. I was recently
Crescent moon,
at
triangle, snake. He got it
a
all in
man
there.
house
That
and
shit crazy. My bad,
he
child.
got Knights of Templar helmets and swords and books and all type of shit or whatever. But like he was saying, um basically like Peter said too, it's only them two main ones. I think it's Scottish
Mm.
Rite and whatever the other one is or whatever. But those dudes. I don't know if it's
And York
Scottish Rite
right.
or the other one, or
Scottish
York
and York.
Rite, but they like I'm
Mhm.
talking about this man. All through his house, they got pictures of them at the meetings and
Yeah,
shit
see,
and
he
all that kind
he
of shit or
he
whatever.
knows
But
child. He know.
but they talk about that Knights of Templar shit. Like he talks about that kind of stuff. Like
Hmm.
I don't hear Prince Hall Masons or none of that type of shit talk about it. But those
Because
the
the
people
reason
that
you
I
may
know
not
that's
hear
really
about
those dudes really do talk about it. If you ever was around a real one before.
and see the reason that you might not hear him talk about the Prince Hall Masons or
Don't
Masonic
have
lodges
to.
or anything like
My
that,
bad. Go ahead.
it's not that he don't have to. It's because that's one of the later additions into Freemasonry. Like all the
That's
earlier
why he don't
stuff,
have
like
to.
right, that he really don't have to because they are basically. I'm
I'm
not
just
gonna
saying.
say they are not actual Freemasons, but they are
Nah,
an adaptation of Freemasonry that was
they know
formed
that.
by
They wasn't
someone.
accepted. They know that.
Yeah,
They
they
know.
knew they wasn't accepted, so
They know they wasn't
they
accepted. They
they
know.
came up with their own, and then after years and
Still
years
try
and
to
years
force
of
it on them and
teaching,
shit. Well, you gonna let me in the door? Did all that. Yeah,
mm,
they like it's they're the minions of what these people are into. As far as them wanting to be down with whatever the fuck these people are down with. That's the crazy part. It's like you're willingly giving yourself over to something that you know has nothing to do with your people or you at all. But you forced yourself to make a society where you think that people that look like you should exist believing in their shit that does nothing for you. Damn, that's fucking psycho. That's fucking psycho. And these were our leaders, P. Dot. These were the people that we put in groups like NAACP and shit over a secret society, not a secret society, over a society called the Prince Hall Masons and shit. Like it's weird to take it's weird to take credit for one thing and say that it's a part of what God represents, but it's another thing to take that same thing and use it for your own benefit just because you created a secret or a society.
mm,
Because you could have used that same power and energy to uplift the same community you put that bullshit building at. But you chose to do the way you want to do it and how you want to do it. Rub shoulders with the people you want to rub shoulders with, which is
Hmm.
understandable if you believe in that. But that's not of the Bible. So you can't convince me of both when it comes down to this shit, because you ain't supposed to be taking no oath any goddamn way.
mm. Okay, wait, give me a
I'm just
second. Give
saying.
me a second. I'm moving about,
You good?
trying
I'm
to
just saying.
keep moving.
Chap, you want to speak on anything about that taking oaths and is that
I think a lot of
something?
people forget about that type of stuff when they talk about the Diddy Cash or R. Kelly type shit. Like they take oaths to do that
Mm,
shit too, you know. That's why I say it be deeper than people be knowing it really is. And, I don't think people ever really understand how deep it is, but I don't know, like I just don't think people ever grasp it because most people when you go to getting that deep, they don't think that the world would let those type of things happen.
right. And the world ain't gonna turn its back on me.
That they
I
ain't
am
gonna
me.
let the stuff happen that be happening. Like I said, at the
And
end
they
of the
be
day,
happening.
I know for a fact, I know people might think I'm crazy, but I know if they want to stop crime, they could. A whole bunch of shit they could do if they wanted to.
Definitely.
Them that jail shit and all that, man. Come on, man.
That niggas shouldn't even be going to jail.
Is that Atlanta? I seen an episode in Atlanta. The boy went to jail and what they were Norway some fucking well. See that boy was telling them to chill, man. He was in that bitch. He was in that bit relaxed. Jail pretty as a motherfucker. That bit white. Eating snacks and shit.
Oh, you talking about the one, the
I
real,
said, man,
the,
this
the
shit pretty.
real rehabilitation unit. Like it's like a apartment.
Man, them people, let them
He's
people,
supposed to
what
be
we call
incarcerated, but
jail.
he's in an
He
apartment.
was in jail, like he got caught for doing some bullshit, and he, like you would regular go to jail. If you was crossing over to Canada or something, you had some weed or something. I don't know, like it just
Mm-hmm.
it was a regular random, like how you just go to jail in the U.S. Their jails are not like our jails, is what I'm saying, people. That's
Not
exactly
at
what I'm saying.
all.
That's what I'm saying. The whole situation is nothing like ours. And they broke it down in that whole little segment of when you know his experience out there at the prison, up north. I forgot which little Dutch country that was he was in. Yeah, he act like he wanted to stay in that motherfucker for a little bit. He was comfortable.
Three hots
Not
in the cot.
saying that. Yeah, not because he didn't do nothing. It wasn't nothing bad. It ain't like he, did some crazy shit. It was just some random shit. But for the random shit, they give you too much of a harassment with that shit. This shit shouldn't be the way it is. It shouldn't be that fucked up. Just
Right.
because. But at the same time, I know shit gonna happen. But like in traffic tickets and all that type of shit, like little still goofy shit. Like, come on, man, little misdemeanors and shit like that. All that shit should be different and separated, I think, too. And they have the money to do it. I think they just don't invest in their own facilities. I think they just kind of let shit go the way it's going and just reap the benefits. Like Chop say, they can stop it if they want to, but they don't want to
Choose to
invest.
keep it going
The
because it's all
technology
about
is
the money.
already there. Like I said, they could tell you where the gunshots come from. They could tell you who hustling out what house, or if a
Yep.
nigga park a car and he hustling out that
They
car,
and they
they could
told
tell
us
you how
this
many
too. That's the crazy
times
part.
the nigga
Yeah,
come to the
yeah, of
car.
course.
Like they, so to me, like I say, certain arguments that people be having, I just be laughing because like good and goddamn well what's really going on, but you just want to believe it's something else and it's really not.
Right.
People don't. They could stop
But
all that shit right now. Just like world hunger. Like you can stop world hunger easily. Make every
I'm telling niggas,
household
dog, them
grow their
motherfuckers
own
believe in
shit.
something else. Yes, and that's
Like
why I said
that's it.
people gotta believe that they believe in something else. People can't keep giving these motherfuckers excuses as if this shit just happening, chop. And it's the weird part about even talking about this, for the Christmas thing, dog, because knowing that all this shit is involved with this man is breaking down, bro, is it's it's fucking eye opening about what's actually going on at the same time, and how you can actually uh still believe in what you believe in and still make money off it and still get other motherfuckers to be influenced by what you're doing and get them to do what you want them to do, whatever the case may be. Yeah, man. Anything else, P? Or you could play that motherfucker.
All right.
They reached great power and wealth in France. These Templars were secret orders of knights. And it wasn't just the Templars in France, such as with the Knights of Malta. These secret societies worshipped non-Christian deities and had certain secret rites that led to the creation of the Rosicrucians, then becoming the Lutheran movement and the creation of the Huguenots. The entire
See that
divide and
Huguenots?
conquer tactic comes from these elite fighting bishops, which remember, they took the remains of Saint Nicholas with the help of the
Oh shit.
Saracens to Italy. And on top of that,
Hold up,
the
y'all.
Templars
That
were
bird look
accused of
familiar,
worshipping
y'all.
idols,
Wait,
specifically of dead remains and ancient artifacts.
I ain't gonna
This
stop
isn't
you
the
no more.
only
Look,
thing they
let me
were
let it
accused
go.
of.
Press pause right quick, bruh.
Okay. A bird, you say?
That bird look familiar, bruh. That look like the pelican bird, bruh, on our fucking what you call it? Except without the babies in the front of it.
Wait, I'm trying to find it.
Press play right there. Wait, before yeah,
Oh wait. Okay. You say a pelican bird right here.
cause he showed that motherfucker
What
early, and I was like, nah, that ain't that. But then
that is
he showed it again. It looked exactly like the wings spread out, just like on the Louisiana flag.
you talking
I
about
think that's
right here?
why. I think that's why a lot of them Catholic down here too.
Our
Rather than
divide and conquer
French
tactic
shit.
comes from these elite fighting bishops,
Let's see.
which remember, they took the
Yeah,
remains
just
of
stop it right.
Saint
Yeah, you
Nicholas
good.
with the help
Just
of
let
the
it play. Just let it
Saracens
roll. It's
to
all good.
Italy. And on top of that, the Templars were accused of worshipping idols, specifically of dead remains and ancient artifacts. This isn't the only thing they were accused of. That on admission of a new member to the order, the new Templar
No, that
recruit
ain't it.
would take an oath of obedience to
Uh-uh.
deny Christ
It was
and to
before all this. You
spit
good,
and
P? Don't worry
trample
about it.
on the cross. They were also accused of receiving the kiss of the Templar.
I'm gonna check it out later.
Don't believe it? Don't take my word for it. Even the main Templar, Jacques de Molay, the Grand Master of the Order in
Look
France,
at this shit.
admitted to these things being true and was
Oh,
burned at the stake for it. King Felipe IV brought these Templars to court in the 1300s. There had been rumors floating around of these secret practices, and so after being accused, they admitted to some of these horrible crimes. Which is strange, because some of them ended up being pardoned. But still, this connects because it's possible that Saint Nicholas is one of their hidden idols, who was also Baphomet. Well, the Templars worshipped hidden gods, and although Baphomet is usually seen as a demonic figure, there are many connections to be made here. Well, one, Baphomet is a goat-headed pagan sabbatic goat, which will come to play later in the video. But the term Baphomet is mentioned in the transcripts for the Inquisition of the Knights Templar in 1307. Baphomet is also a representation of Venus, Lucifer. Albert Pike in his Morals and Dogma, quote, the Gnostics held that it composed the igneous body of the Holy Spirit.
the crosses.
It was adorned in the secret rites of the Sabbat or the temple under the hieroglyphic figure of Baphomet, or the hermaphroditic goat of Mendes.
The
There is a
hermaphrodite.
life principle of the world, a universal agent,
Damn.
wherein are two natures and a double current of love
And
and
double
wrath.
current of love.
This
That shit
ambient
crazy.
fluid penetrates everything. It is a
Oh,
ray detached from the glory of the sun and fixed by the weight of the atmosphere and the central attraction. It is the body of the Holy Spirit, the universal
what?
agent, the serpent devouring his own tail. With his electromagnetic ether, this vital and luminous caloric, the ancients and the alchemists were very familiar. End quote. Another knight of the order, Hugo de Peraldo, said that in a chapter of Montpellier, he had both seen, held, and felt the idol or head, and that he and the other brothers adored it. But he, like the others, pleaded that he did not adore it in his heart. He described it as supported on 4 feet, 2 before and 2 behind. Guillaume de Arable, the king's almoner, said that in the chapter at which he was received, a head made of silver was placed on the altar and
Crossbones.
adored by those who formed the chapter, the Knights Templar. He was told that it was the head of one of the 11,000 virgins, and had always believed this to be the case, until after the arrest of the order, when hearing all that was said on the matter, B suspected that it was the idol, and he adds in his deposition that it seemed to him to have 2 faces, a terrible look, and a silver beard.
Hey, Ben Stiller here.
And they put it in the depictions too. That shit crazy. All right, fellas. We're gonna let it roll just a little few more minutes. We're gonna chop it up or skip it if y'all want. We can skip a little bit of it if you want.
Basically, the Templars worshiped strange idols, and one of the things that they would worship is dead remains. This connects with the symbol of the skull and crossbones, pirates, and secret boy clubs.
Right, pirates.
The Templar churches of Lanlef in Brittany
Maritime law.
and Saint Mary in Paris depict squatting bearded men with bat wings, female breasts, horns, and the
Hey
shaggy
there.
hindquarters of a beast.
Hermites,
These temples
androgynistic.
are known for legends of satanic
Yeah.
practices. So we know that Baphomet is mentioned in the final Inquisition of the Templars in 1300s. Baphomet also means the baptism of wisdom. And also, there's the Islamic connection as well. Remember,
Uh-oh.
after the Moors retreated Spain in 1492, they retreated
Mm-hmm.
to France and became the Huguenots.
Oh.
So what is Baphomet? That's a long story and deserves its own video. But the Oxford Dictionary says that the earliest mention is from an article in 1812, where a French scholar was discussing the goddess of Paphos represented on ancient monuments and the Baphomet, which referred to a goddess worshipped in the coastal city of Paphos on the island of Cyprus, which is the exact location of the Templars. The combination of
Mm.
both Artemis of Ephesus and Hermes combined to create a new symbol of Baphomet. This is a secret foreshadowing to our future video, as this is a created being, a spirit that would be moved into another body that then would be worshipped. There's more to the origin behind the word Baphomet, but before that, we have to understand that the Templars were accused of working with the Saracens, who are the Muslims that are described in the Song of Roland in the 11th century that describe them being black as pitch. I'm not going to keep going back and forth with the argument of who the Moors were with the Berbers. You'll begin to see a pattern that is clear as day. Let's also make sure that we're making the distinguishment between royal males
Tartaria. The
or Morenos or
Tartarians.
Sephardic Jews that worked for the crown and were a part of these secret societies and
Mm.
separate that from what we consider the ancient
What?
Moors
You
or
see them pictures, huh,
melanated
P?
peoples who were
You ain't
aboriginal.
like that, huh? You ain't like
Oh,
that
I
shit, huh?
see.
You ain't like that
I
shit, huh?
see.
Hey, them motherfuckers clean, ain't they? You saw them boys posted up?
Clean as a whistle.
Before that one, it was four dudes lined up together.
Yeah, I saw it.
Oh, all right, go ahead, man. I was just saying. I told you, bro. Don't take us out now. We evil too now.
Lands. What we're discussing currently is about a group of elite Moorish and mixed peoples that participated in the hijack, which seems to be glossed over when looking through mainstream history. It's quite shocking how many connections there are to be made here in reference to St. Nicholas.
Look at this. Put the white man right in the middle of that motherfucker. That shit crazy. Go ahead. Oh man.
The red and
I'm
white.
glad. I'm glad he's showing some depictions of it. He's not just showing white people talking about all these different nations. He's actually,
Right. He's showing
he on
everything.
some shit. Yeah, he on some shit. He ain't bullshit, man. I give him that.
You see, we bring this all up because although the Templars are famous for being early Christian knights, the
I told you, it
Crusaders,
sounds like something
they
happened
were
where these
also
families
accused
crossed to
of being
where they
secret
act like they
converters to
somebody
Islam.
that they not.
What is that all about?
Telling
Do
two
the Black
stories and
Tudors
shit.
have anything to do with this?
Look,
How
look.
about the Black Brothers or the Black Friars? Is there a
Oh
reason this
shit.
order likes to use these symbols? What's strange about that is the origin of Baphomet is connected to Mahomet, which is an old French word referring to Muhammad, the founder
Uh
of
oh.
Islam.
Uh oh. Uh oh.
Ooh.
Uh oh. Uh
Ooh.
oh. Merry Christmas, Nick. Uh oh.
And as we know, that Baphomet is also shown with the crescent. The horns are also representative of these ancient pagan lunar goddesses,
Wee.
such as Artemis. So in the First Christian Crusade, a
That's
letter
what we
from
doing.
Anselm of Ribamont in 1098 or the 11th century describes on how they were going to fight Muslim soldiers, but that they called upon Baphomet, and they prayed silently in their hearts to God.
Oh,
So what they say is that Baphomet is actually a corrupted word of Mahomet or Muhammad, and there are even more connections as we search on.
basically they cursing
Mahomet
Muhammad out by calling him Baphomet.
Wow.
Met
And
is
it's
also a
actually,
term used for idol
man, it's
worship and
crazy.
has
That's
other
crazy.
forms such as
Idol worship.
Mafeh.
There it is.
I am a
It's crazy,
Christian.
P. This is some
Thou
crazy
art a
shit.
pagan.
Man, you talking
I
about
honor
mixing
thy
and
name.
blending, nigga.
Huan,
Damn.
thou earthly shadows below. Therefore, if
Motherfuckers
thou
want to
wilt
believe in what they want to believe in.
obtain my
That shit
love
crazy.
and liking, thou must forsake thy Muhammad and be cherished in our Christian faith. With all my soul, answered the Egyptian lady, will I forsake my country's God and for thy love become a Christian. Wow.
Mahomet.
Mof or Mofed,
Yeah, I see it. Mahomet.
which would
Mm-hmm.
take place with a severed head during these hidden ceremonies. These worshipped heads are common in Jewish
I'm a
tradition.
Christian,
They are
thou a
called
pagan. Mahomet. Oh shit. Go ahead, P. I'm
teraphims
fucked up right now.
All
They
right.
ain't tell us that
and would consist of the head of a
in
young
Muslim class. Bean pie, my brother.
sacrificed boys. It's also rumored that the Templars mummified the head of John the Baptist. So who's to say they didn't do the same thing with Saint Nicholas? From
Oh
the book of
shit.
Jasher or
Who's
Jashar,
to
a
say?
Hebrew
He right.
text, we have a
Shit.
depiction of the first type
We
of
did it with
teraphim.
the Egyptians.
Quote, and this is the manner of the images, and taking a man who is the firstborn, and slaying him, and taking their hair off its head, and taking salt, and salting the head, and anointing it in oil, then taking a small tablet of copper or a tablet of gold, and writing the name upon it, and placing the tablet under his tongue, and putting it in the house,
Mm-hmm.
and lighting up lights before it, and bowing down to it.
Sounding
And at the same
familiar?
time, when they bow down to it, it
Don't you put
speaketh
your
to them
lights up
in all
every year?
matters that they ask of it, through the power of the name which is written in it. Jasher, chapter 31, verse 41 through 42.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, they would
Jasher.
take these infant
They ain't in
remains
them
and
books.
invoke dead spirits and some
Jasher.
really dark shit, which really connects back to Islam. Note, this isn't anti-Muslim or anti-Catholic. This is anti-dogmatic religion in all its corrupted forms, including their esoteric counterparts that consist of horrifying ceremonies involving these nights. We're really
Uh-oh.
starting to get into some deep subject matter for one video. But
Ceremonies,
the
fellas.
reason we go over the Templars is because this
Celebrate.
really goes back to ancient rites and the origin of religion.
Hi,
How they
I'm Sam
celebrate?
Jordan, Director of Humanity.
How you doing, Sam Joy? Let me cut you right quick, man. I'm gonna around hit you right quick so we get back to this shit. 'Cause this is getting interesting, fella. Cause he didn't showed you that all these religions been down with the get down of this so-called thing. That's why it's accepted so much through the nation the way it is, even if we have a Santa Claus. The Japan got one, China got one now, Muslim got one, and Africans got one. You see, they didn't spread it. This, God damn it, based off of some. We about to get into it. Come on, fellas, it's all good. You can skip. You just press skip on it, and you should be good by now.
Exact
Yeah.
time right before Christianity became the religion of Rome. The main religion was Mithraism. Oh, would you look at that?
Mithra.
We see the same red
Mithra.
hat, the Phrygian hat.
Oh, you do got that little
More
curl
to be
head
discussed
on.
on that later. But this is the
Goofy.
original Santa hat, and it goes even
Why they
further
draw
back to
him?
ancient Sumerian
Oh,
and
if
Mesopotamian
it
female
didn't
gods
matter.
such as Cybele and Diana of Ephesus. Mithraeums, or the temples of the cult of Mithras, were taken
Okay.
over by the Templars all over Europe. They
Okay.
converted many old churches into strange secret
Oh, they
society
converted
meeting
them, y'all.
centers,
Look.
specifically meeting underground. And this is the origin to the Templars. These ancient Canaanite bull worshippers who would make sacrifices to both Aphrodite and Kronos, or Diana of Ephesus and Saturn, or the lunar goddess Lilith, the black moon, and the black sun, otherwise known as Saturn. The Mithraic cult is also the origin to these massed processions of medieval Europe and the costumes in
That's where you get
accordance
that
with the
Aphrodite
ranks.
from, Pete. You talking
Sol
about
Invictus,
the
which was
shit
the sun
earlier.
god of Rome before the birth of Christ. This sun god was Mithras, who is described as the unconquerable sun. But what sun are we talking about? Mithraism is essentially an Iranian cult adapted into Hellenistic Roman context. The question is, if we consider the missing time hypothesis, why are there 1,000 years missing? Is it possible that this time was simply added by the newly appointed corrupted scribes after the creation of a new religion, the creation of the Vatican? Well, the birth of the new sun, or the Christ of Christianity, is said to be December 25th, which is also the
Mm.
same day as Saturnalia, the same birthday
Mm.
as Mithras, who was born of a
Oh shit.
virgin,
Oh
which was
shit.
the
Here we
pagan
go.
festival we now call Christmas, that was celebrated in ancient Rome in dedication to Saturn and Mithras, the
There it
sun
is,
god.
y'all.
But in what context, and why is the sun god so heavily associated with Saturn? Yet, I thought Jesus was the morning star, which is also Venus. Is there a Venus?
Nah, this supposed to be the one where they say
He brought it all
Jesus.
together too. He brought it all together because he said all that shit I just explained to y'all. All that shit is celebrated around the time that y'all think is Christmas. Now go ahead.
So this say, I have sent mine angel to testify unto you these things in the churches. I am the root and the offspring of David, and the bright and morning star, and the spirit and the bride say, come, and let him that heareth say, come, and let him that artist, or I guess that say is thirsty, come, and whoever will let him take thy water, which I'm probably not gonna get to the rest of that. Oh, take let him take the water of life.
Saturn connection?
Hmm.
Apparently, different suns would rule for different periods,
Uh-oh.
and there was a time where Saturn was our sun,
Mm.
during a supposed golden age
Oh
with no
shit.
theft and no property,
Here we
until
go,
he
Pete.
was dethroned by Jupiter. And Jupiter was the sun for a short time, in which Janus was made ruler and instituted Saturnalia as a yearly tribute to the old sun god.
Don't let him lose you
So
now.
Mithras, born on December 25th of a virgin. And remember, this isn't zeitgeist, because we're simply looking into the origin of Santa and the secret worship. And it's interesting because Mithras actually rivaled Jesus in popularity during its time. These details involving Mithras are too similar to ignore blindly. Yet Mithras was androgynous, coming from more
Uh-oh.
ancient
You
goddesses
hear
such
that?
as Astarte, the mother of harlots. But it's more specifically some type
Androgynous.
of bull
Oh
sacrificing cult
shit.
that also had sexual innuendos and a hatred for
Oh
the mother
shit.
goddess. As we
Oh
mentioned,
shit.
the bull and goat symbols are a reference to these ancient pagan rites, which instead of pagan, should be called Canaanite in origin, as the earliest religions were not corrupted from the start. They were originally nature religions that pursued life, not death. Let's keep
Bam!
in mind that Mr. Aleister Crowley
There he
himself
is.
claimed that
Player.
Baphomet is
Got them
Father
all suited
Mithras.
up.
Baphomet is also an androgynous being.
Mm.
Baphomet is the goat of
You
Mendes,
feel
according
that,
to
Pete? You see
33rd
that?
degree
He tied
Master
it up for
Mason
you. Check him out.
Eliphas Levi, the man responsible for the modern depiction of the androgynous goat god Baphomet, which he claims is a symbol for fertility and fecundity. Basically, a mass sex symbol of insemination that is not only connected to repopulation, but secret worship.
The letter people and all
So,
that. See why it's so important for them to exist and but still get caught up doing shit like we just talked about earlier in Pennsylvania.
or
Hmm.
pan worship
Yeah.
and
Up.
priapism. Even Herodotus talks about how people would openly mate with goats in the streets. It's
Huh?
pretty strange, which
Child.
also connects with the works
He
of
hidden in
Marquis de
the
Sade.
street, though. Go ahead. I'm just ad libbing. Go ahead. You ain't got to
Goats in the
pause.
street.
In the street, man. He heard it.
Oh, look, I'm
They were
about to
hitting
say
them, nigga.
something. They
Now you
show
see why they putting this shit in comedy. But he playing like they doing that type of shit in comedy. Because what?
they
It's a
have been having
history behind it.
videos.
Go ahead. It's a worship behind it. It's a ritual. It's a ceremony, y'all. Go ahead, Pete. I'm listening.
They have been having videos circle around the internet. I'm gonna say about maybe 3 or 4 years back, where they kept showing these little dudes in foreign countries fucking goats and shit in the middle of the street. And I'm
It's a
like,
thing, right? Yeah,
this
it's
shit
a tourist
crazy.
attraction, as they say, as they call
Man,
it.
this
Like,
nigga was
it's a
fucking the
tourist
shit out of the.
attraction.
That's a matter of fact. That's around the time that dude got
Bunch of
busted down here in New Orleans, fucking the horses in the stable.
We remember that. We
That's around the
remember
time that
that.
that
I don't
video was
want to,
circling
but I
the internet.
remember. Yeah,
That's around that time. And
yeah,
it
it
was
was
like
a
that video circled around the internet a couple of times
some
because it kept coming back up, and I was like, "Is this
some
something
nigga with
new that
braids in his
motherfucker done?"
head back there
What
playing with.
with the horses?
Let's
But I'm talking
see,
about the
man.
video I'm talking about was with a dude
Yeah, I
out in
thought it
a
was a
foreign
Cajun.
country, uh, fucking goats and shit. And it, like people kept catching him, and you go right back to doing that shit again. Like man,
Yeah,
I
it's just
just
brother.
I looked at it that was some crazy shit
Bestiality.
at the time, but now I see what that shit really was.
Yeah, you see the tie-in to the history of it. It's not just
Yeah,
something that people just say they got what
a
fucking
fetish.
mental problem, huh? No, yeah,
Yeah,
or a
or a
mental
fetish.
problem or something wrong with them or the mental health.
Nah, he was
No,
actually committing a
no,
practice.
your ass into some shit too. See, a lot of people hide that behind that because the shit's so far out there that people wouldn't believe it. Some people will automatically believe something is wrong with you, which something is. But it don't give you the benefit to use it to get out of whatever you're doing. Like it's automatically okay. Everything is not okay. And I think that's the problem with a lot of this shit. You know, they're trying to make everything okay. Everything, my nigga, everything is okay. Everything good, Pete. That what you saying?
Well, we got to think
Everything.
about the
Come
descendants
on,
of
man.
Aleister
These people
Crowley
gotta
still
stop this
out here
shit.
walking around too.
I mean, he just showed you, what he just showed you around. He kept it going. That's why he showed his picture because he's one of the ones who actually threw it into a whole nother generation. So this is what they call esoteric knowledge. This is stuff that has been around since been around. But you have to pull from that to even have people 400 years, 600 years later to still understand the same shit that was going on way back then, and still try to practice the same shit and all that shit. That shit been passed down and written into books and shit. They try to make it seem like people didn't have a form of language, like people were so cave like, but that's a fucking lie, bro. So you just told your Saint Nick come out the cat talking about God is good. Stood
Mm-hmm.
dead up on his feet. Pete, he stood up on his feet
Stood
and
on
went
his
to singing
feet.
with the choir, didn't it? So what you see what I'm saying? What I'm supposed to believe. So at least I can make sense out of y'all trying to switch the game up because I do think they talking. I do think it sounds like they stole somebody else's identity. Like your girl did that like that bitch did when she thought she was, said she told the people she was 13. She stole. These sound like these people stole somebody's identity but kept their beliefs and their shit and
Mm-hmm.
masked it as something else and had to probably call it something else because the people at the time probably knew the difference. It's just weird to me because sometimes when they say certain things, it just sounds like they're talking about two different people. Cause like your boy said, how can you say that you was poor, you was this, and you was downtrodden, and you just want to help people because you was that before? The rags to riches story. You had the rags to riches story, but then you look up the heritage of what your bloodline is supposed to be connected to. You're supposed to be wealthy. You're one of the wealthy ones. So which one it was? Because you was, and you was tricking to them hoes. Saint Nick, you was dropping gold coin in the window. Ain't that what they said? They said Saint
Stacks of
Nick was
gold.
dropping gold.
Ah,
So either you, what is it? Which one you is, bro? Either you poor or you rich. You can't be poor and dropping gold coins, Pete. So shit like that is just, you know what I'm saying, putting it to the surface for me, bro. He
Mhm.
he really fucking with me, especially with that with the Muslim shit. It's crazy so far. I ain't gonna hold y'all too much longer though. I'm gonna let him do his thing for a couple more minutes.
All right.
This is the secret symbol of the satyrs. Diodorus compares the cult of Mendes with that of the cults of Priapus, where they would worship hybrid goat gods. The goat is the
Look at
Mendean
this
ram,
bullshit.
the ram of
Oh
Mendes.
man.
The
Oh
cult, which
man.
according to
Yo,
Manetho,
wonder why
was
you got
established
shit
by
called
Kakao, the king of the
mammoths.
first
What you call them
dynasty.
bitches?
Many of these
Citadors,
cultures
centaurs.
worship the bull, and its horns, visualizing the crescent,
Hitting everything
represents
moving.
lunar
Just
worship,
nasty.
which shows how it made its way into lunar cults. Muhammad being the origin of Baphomet and the
Crescent
secret
moon.
god of the Templars is very interesting because there are many verses that hint to Muhammad being deceived by devils or jinn. And also, there are the Dabiharites, similar to Mithras and the Jews, in which they would slaughter their cows in sacrificial ways and letting them bleed out after a cut to the throat. In 1961, writing under the name Archon Dorau, the late Saeed Idris Shah claimed that the European medieval witch cult had been heavily influenced by Arabian sources. This allegedly occurred during the period from the 7th to 14th centuries when Spain and North Africa were under Moorish influence. It may have been one of the ways in which the Luciferian gnosis was transmitted to Europe from the Middle East. From what we have, it seems that the first grimoires were Arabic in origin, such as with the Picatrix. Interestingly, the same Sufi scholar, Idries Shah from the Institute of Cultural Research, has suggested that the Templars were influenced by Islamic Sufism, and that the word Baphomet
Mmm.
came from the Arabic Abu Fihamat, meaning father of understanding. Additionally,
Mmm.
Shah suggests
Okay.
the Sufi terminology Ras el Famat, which translates to head of knowledge. This would again
Yeah,
suggest that
that's
the
right there.
Templars were gaining knowledge from these magical teraphims, or skulls that would be turned into occult artifacts for ritual in which they
So
would
this was
communicate with
these were,
spirits for higher
oh
knowledge.
shit, what is he
Quote,
doing?
in Hebrew and Arabic demonology, Zazel was known as the father of jinns, or jinns, spirits, who were popularly believed to live in barren desert regions. As we have seen, he was
Chemical.
also the leader of Cyrene. These were demons in the form of satyrs or half-human he-goats. It is no coincidence that one of the forms taken by the horned god at the witch's sabbat was a black he-goat. It was also one of the several forms taken by Baphomet, the god allegedly worshipped by the heretical Knights Templar, who were believed to have gained intelligence of ancient Hebrew and Arabic forbidden knowledge in the Middle East. The Templars were also accused of the Templar Kiss of Anno, some other occult ritual in which the initiates would be put through humiliation ceremonies in order to show their allegiance, which
Mm.
is also the same
Sound
tradition as with
familiar?
the Witch's Sabbath. The Devil card of the early tarot is also a goat. These witches would meet up on the astral realm and actually kiss the rear of their goat god.
Yes.
From the early 16th
There it is.
century, there are depictions of osculum infam or infame is a ritual in which the shameful kiss or kiss of shame would allow the devil to seduce women.
Did y'all ever
The
heard of that?
osculum infam is mentioned in
Mm-mm.
No.
Yes. Look, have you ever heard somebody say, have you ever heard of somebody say this phrase? Humiliation ritual.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Where? Celebrities, right?
Celebrities,
Just say
Hollywood.
celebrities, period, right? In the Hollywood shit, right? So
Yeah.
now y'all know where it come from. Y'all see this shit, right? This is what they talking about. Kissing the devil ass, riding the goat. You feel me? This is what they talking about. He ain't not. This is what this exactly what the fuck they be doing, y'all. And this is why they talk like that when they say humiliation ritual. That's like a PC word, or you know how they call that shit, like politically correct word for what's really going on and the people that
There's
they
a
work for.
movie.
It's the
There's a
shit that they're
movie.
into. You know what I'm saying?
What's
The
the
people
name
that
of this
they work
fucking movie?
for, this is what they into. That's why we was talking about what we was talking about earlier about, them actually doing it themselves and getting out and shit like that. Cause they believing and trusting in this shit, you know, using using the black, too. They pushed that for a minute and they pushed us to push their shit once again. So like I said, that shit don't be having the color, it's the discernment of what's really right and wrong, and them motherfuckers made it happen though once again, because that's basically what they're doing. They're forcing people who don't understand, gathering souls, as they say, that don't understand to go up and kiss the goat ass. Some of them, they put them through them type of rituals in them frats and all that type of shit.
Nigga
Oh,
say
oh,
go
secret
there.
society. On the real, they bring a whole goat in that motherfucker. They'll bring a donkey, whatever. And you put your lips out and put a bandana over your eyes, nigga, and go forward. Kiss that motherfucker. If you won't be with this shit, and they do it, y'all. And they do it, nigga. I'm a part of brother. Yes, I'm about to get this whatever I wanted. This is the weird shit that these people is into, bro. Instead of just saying, "Hey, I believe in something more
And nearly
simple."
every
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
single recorded account of the witch's Sabbath and in confessions, most of which were extracted under torture. This ritual of humiliation, similar to Templar rituals in ancient Canaanite religions, would occur on the Sabbath, or Yule, the first Wiccan holiday in which the goddess gives birth to a new god or son. The witch had to be initiated into the order through this ritual of the kissing of the Ano, the ring, Uranus, or Ouroboros. This was the oath of secrecy in order to keep the members from speaking too much. Witches also supposedly kiss the posteriors of lower ranking demons. It may very well be the case that these witches may be another reference to secret orders. So not only did the Templars have the same ritual of kissing the buttocks, but they would also worship black cats that would be possessed by the devil, and they would perform the same ritual on the cat by lifting the tail. Ancient black magicians, or dark sorcerers, after a time of cataclysm, distorted the wisdom of the ancients for corruption and power. Many who look into these subjects tend to see the occult as evil, but these occult priests of the new church are the ones who abuse this knowledge with the intention of control.
Now I don't want to hear that shit neither. They ain't abusing nothing. They went with the grain. They just called it something else. They went right
In
along
which
with
this goal
that
was
shit.
accomplished.
It is bad. That shit. You could go ahead and kiss them cat's ass if you want, yeah. Go ahead and kiss cat ass. Go ahead. Go ahead and play with that shit.
Get some worms in your mouth.
That shit follow you to fuck around, people. Do not listen to me. Don't he see this is how they do. They tell you they gotta tell you the truth because the truth is such a better story, but it flips because you know the truth on the evil side is like it's so fucked up that people wouldn't believe it, so they spin it for you so it can all tie together. You know what I'm saying? So just pay attention to that shit, because I'm not saying he lied, but it's like at the end he was like, well, it's not good or bad. But nigga, you just explained all this shit about kissing cat ass. None of that is so sound bad to you. Yo, fucking goats in the street, sir.
They
How
fucking
that's
goat
not
butts and
bad to
shit.
you, brother? What are you
Look,
talking
that's
about?
bad.
You done explained all that shit. You gonna tell me cat ass is good for me? Okay, that part I said. So just fuck him on that last part, y'all. But what he was talking about what they believe in, yeah, all right, I'm with him on that. But yeah, fuck him on that last part, talking about what not to believe in. No, I'm believing kissing no cat ass, yeah, y'all. Please, I'm believing that.
The Templars in Brittany are known as the Red Monks, the same red and white colors that we see with St. Nicholas or Santa. The landlocked Templar church is most likely an ancient Irish round tower or an architecture of older origin according to some scholars. Is it possible that the Templars were not only a part of an occult secret brotherhood, but they were also thieves, the original pirates? They stole the Ark of the Covenant and hid it away, supposedly. This gets into Connor McDarry's work, and the idea that the history we learn, from ancient Samaria to Mesopotamia, Phoenicians, Egypt, Hebrews, is actually all a distortion of the scribes and priests of the new Church of Rome. They hijacked an older church and system and claimed it for their own,
Oh
rewriting
shit! I
our
wonder
entire
where that
history in
old
the
church and that
process.
old history come
Then
from,
they took
fella.
many of these ancient structures and used them for their strange dark sex rites.
Uh oh.
According to the god of
Huh,
the
Pete?
witches,
See,
Dr.
this what we
Margaret.
talking about right here, Pete. You hear me? It's about to get hot in this motherfucker. It's what I was just telling you. It sounded like they stole somebody else shit. Remember I was saying that earlier? It sounded like he then came into somebody else. Look, and he just said it. Look, they stole the people shit and started doing their little own little sex rights and pagan shit. Pete, you heard this man?
Right on top.
Them niggas act like they was down with the Lord. These niggas sucking, and banging and bucking. Ends on top of ends. From the window to the wall. I ain't gotta say the rest. It is what it is. But it's, I mean, what the fuck? Go ahead, bro. Play that motherfucker, bro. I'm just saying that shit hit me hard right quick. That shit crazy, man.
Alice Murray claims that the three nicknames for this deity that the witches and the Templars worshipped was the Black Man, or Man in Black, Christenday, which is the husband of the Queen of Elfame, which, real quick, occurs in the
I wonder why the Pan
1598
Africans
witchcraft
don't
trial
use that.
indictment and confession of Andrew Mann of Aberdeen. Andrew Mann confessed that as a boy he saw the devil, his master, in the likeness and shape of a woman, whom calleth the Queen of Elfin, and as an adult, during the span of some 32 years, he had carnal relations with the Queen of Elfin, on whom he begat many bairns, or children. Further down, however, the devil, whom he calls Christenday, is the good man, husband, though the queen has the grip of all the craft. Andrew Mann further confessed that on the Holly Rude Day and harvest, the Queen of Elfin and her company rode white horses alongside the devil, Christendy, who appeared out of snow in the form of a stag.
God
She
damn
and
it.
her companions had human shapes, yet were as shadows, that they were playing and dancing whenever they pleased. Bessie Dunlop in 1576 confessed that the dead man's spirit she had congressed with, Tom Reed, was one of the good neighbors or brownies who dwelt at the court of Fairy. Take note, as this does connect with Charles Dickens later. So essentially, this queen of the witches, who is also the devil, is another reference to androgynous gods, but also the female version of Saint Nicholas. She's also the queen of the fairies, which explains the lore behind the elves.
Santa
The
Claus
main
is
queen, or devil,
androgynous?
the bearded-breasted winged demon. We'll see more
Holy
of this stag
shit.
goat-headed symbolism as we continue, but essentially, Santa, or Satan, is a witch. Even the Italian Santa is a witch on a broomstick. She is called Befana, derived from Epiphania, very close to Elfame. Befana is a gift giver
Molly, what you
that
think?
flies on a broom and delivers gifts throughout Italy on Epiphany Eve. If you're a bad child, you get coal, the same as Santa. People write letters to her, just like Santa. She also enters through the chimney and is covered with
What?
soot. So as we can see, the Artemis androgynous symbolism follows with Santa. It gets even weirder. Befana is actually in the Bible, and in one legend, after her child dies, she goes insane, and upon hearing that Jesus was being born, she set out to go see him, believing that Jesus was her son. She eventually met Jesus and presented him with gifts. In return, Jesus was delighted and gave Befana.
She was one of the wise men. What is going on just now, fellas? Am I tripping? What the hell? Am
This story
I
took a
missing something?
big left turn
Bruh, they done
on
mix.
our asses. This nigga said,
Bruh, they separated all kind of stories, bruh. If this is, one of the original pieces of how this shit really went, P. That mean they broke down this shit. Oh man. She thought she was, but so I guess she was dressed up like a boy, like a man, and the baby was really for her, but married to Kevin for her, but was also one of the people that bought Jesus' gift on his birthday. Boy, these pagans are fool, boy. Damn.
They merged
Like
all
boy
that
say,
shit together, man.
damn. This is crazy, bro. Oh man. Where we at, bro? I'm gonna let him finish up this, bro. And we could close it up, bro. Cause as I said, bro, it's a little lengthy, but he definitely ties it into the rest of it. So if y'all want to check it out or do a part two, I'm definitely down, fellas. You know what I'm saying? So I'll let him run for a little more minute now. We can shut it up.
all right.
A gift in return, she would be the mother of every child in Italy. There are multiple variations, but essentially, Befana was there to help with the birth of Christ. We're told the three kings how to find Jesus, and that she is endlessly searching for the newborn Messiah. And this is the reason she visits every house at night, searching for the Christ child, which is a figure in South Germany that is basically referencing this esoteric history. A newly born son, or Messiah angel, during the night of December 24th, secretly delivers gifts to children and never gets caught in the act, represented as a young girl. The name Christkind translates into Christ child.
When you get in your car, you just need to put your location in the trip planner.
Of Christmas, as we consider the altered timeline as well. The story that we know of history and religion is the history of this secret cult. We have terms such as pagan that confuses the matter even further because it implies that
Ah,
these beliefs came before these secret cults and that the
you
first
hear that,
religions
Happy?
were corrupt. However, what if the story we are told when it comes to history and Saint Nicholas has been vastly distorted? Did Saint Nicholas even exist? Is it an idol to the Templars, who, after being prosecuted for heresy, went undercover to start the creation of the Caliphate of Spain, the creation of the Jesuits, Rosicrucians, all in secret and undercover, creating the divide and conquer events of history that have further muddied the waters? What if what we call pagan is of a much more recent time that resulted after cataclysmic events, which would explain why the earliest gods are fertility symbols? So we have this Saint Nicholas from supposedly 2,000 years ago at the Council of Nicaea. Then 1,000 years pass by, the Templars steal the bones, bring it to Italy, then we go through the Dark Ages and somehow this becomes a tradition in the 1600s and still to this day? What if the witches are the Templars? There's much to cover with forgeries of dates, but these Templars went on to become Sephardic Jews, the Jesuits, the creation of the Reformation, and the Protestant Huguenots, back to where the original Templars were founded. Baphomet is not a single physical god, but a symbol for a created god through the use of dark magic. This connects back with the Black Tudors, but the version of history that we have been told has been inverted. The power of the Moorish elite has been heavily suppressed. Sicily was invaded in the 9th century and turned into an emirate. What we think should be a single religion of Catholicism during this time really was a conglomerate of Christian, Jewish, and Islamic beliefs mixed together. The Templars went off to become the Palatine Boers. Benjamin Franklin even referenced them as being swarthy or dark-skinned, but these were not German peasants. The Palatine families were the elites of Rome and Europe. After the fall of Rome, Palatinus, or Palatine, came to be used for the chamberlains or elite royal officials who assisted the Holy Roman Emperor and also was in charge of the treasury. Look through some of these chamberlains of history in their paintings. You can see clear Templar references. The Templars are the ones with the hidden treasure, the gold. They were the alchemist, and so the leading Templar would manage the funds. The Holy Roman Emperor Maximilian, who in older depictions is a Moor, would give privileges to their knights that would then give them power over certain dominions. We have seen many depictions of these knights in what is called Holy Roman Paladin armor, where you can also see the double-headed phoenix and Templar symbolism. And would you look at that, the red and white hat.
Pimped
These
out,
knights
baby.
were governors, kings, and they
Governors,
would rule
kings.
over different countries under
Huh?
Roman rule. This is the origin of the coat of arms. It is the Vatican's management system and hierarchy of control. You can see this in many old German coat of arms. These papal palatines, with their red and white attire and white horses, would watch over these different territories or duchies, which they would rule as monarchs. This is the origin of dukes. This is all one large order, and the dukes are knights in service of the Holy Roman Emperor. Over time, these different countries would fight over different status. The dukes of Lotharingia, Bavaria, Swabia, and Saxony had become dangerously powerful feudal princes or loyal supporters who were installed as Counts Palatine by the Holy Roman Emperor. They were called Palatines because of Palatine Hill, Latin Mons Palatinus, which is actually the Temple of Cybele, or the Temple of Magna Mater, Statue of Liberty, Lady Libertas, or Father Mithras. Palatine Hill is the center and most ancient part of Rome. Obviously, they thought this was very important. But why? Well, this is an even older cult before Mithras, which leads us back to Venus and Diana of Ephesus, the worship of the ancient queen bees. In the last video on ancient cloning factories, there was a depiction of a Black Diana of Ephesus that contains some very interesting symbols of repopulation and hybridization. These Black Mother goddesses were called the Black Madonnas by the Templars, and they worshipped them as well. Quote, most cathedrals were also home to Black Madonnas, of which about 400 to 500 are present in Europe, depending on how they are classified. There are at least 180 Verges Noires in France, and there are 100 of non-medieval copies as well.
Yeah. You know
Black
about that,
virgins
P?
have been associated by
Wait, say that again?
You know about this part right here about the figures they got over there in England that has these black figures over there like
Yeah.
that. Okay. Skip skip
Germany.
yeah, skip it about an hour so it could go into like the Saturn's workshop and the Giants just a little bit piece and we could cancel it out.
This is
Yeah,
about it right here.
go back about 115.
Are you going to let the greedy heating companies and their crazy high prices decide if your family is allowed to stay warm this winter? Here's how.
to the same thing.
Are you going to let the greedy heating
What
companies
the
and their
fuck?
crazy high prices decide if
You
your
gotta
family is
watch it,
allowed to stay
but
warm this winter?
just
Here's
put it
how.
on mute. Yeah. Muted.
Father Christmas is also celebrated in Nigeria. The Nigerian Father Christmas is usually a tall, thin.
Right here.
The excuses for these figurines is kind of insane, but it still ties into some type of fertilizing ritual. But really, what they mean is that these are the same people who worship the fertility gods. It looks like they're shitting on the nativity scene, or sacrilege if you ask me. Let's not forget that Spain has an obsession with torturing bulls as literal professional sport that people watch on TV. It's kind of weird. People are proud of this bullfighting tradition, but these stem from ancient secret occult rituals, early Mithraic rites of sacrifice, in which they would sacrifice bulls in subterranean temples. Eastern countries also have Santa. China has Shengdan Laoren, an oriental man with a long white beard dressed in the same red royal attire. There's winter solstice folklore said that eating dumplings is in memory of Fairy
So I'll
Zhao.
tell you, everybody got
This is a
one.
very interesting legend. In the Liang dynasty, the emperor believed in Buddhism so much so that he forbade his people to eat meat and to sacrifice meat to the heavenly gods. The heavenly gods were so unhappy with this decision that they made the people suffer a 3-year drought. The cypress tree fairy couldn't bear to see her people suffering, and so she turned into a girl named Zhao on the winter solstice. She then taught people to wrap meat in dough and sacrifice the food as offerings to the gods. The gods were so moved by her action, so the rain came. Later, Zhao was murdered by the emperor. To memorize the fairy Zhao and her good deeds, people named the food Zhaozi, with similar pronunciation with Zhao's name, and have made and eaten dumplings since then on her birthday, the winter solstice. In Japan, we have a similar straw figure with a sickle, blatant Saturn symbolism, with these masked demons with horns who would go house to house exorcising evil spirits and admonishing lazy people. In India, you have Sai Baba, or Christmas Baba, which Sai Baba was an Indian spiritual master considered to be a saint that was then merged with the story of Saint Nicholas. In Russia, you
See?
have
You see
Ded
what I'm saying,
Morris,
fella?
which is basically the White
This
Witch of
shit
Narnia,
crazy.
as he was a dark sorcerer who had the ability to freeze people. He is a
Look, had the
winter
ability to
snow
freeze
demon,
people. P,
mixed
look,
with
see
the
how it
Green
blends?
Man and
Look.
Wild Man of
Have a holly
Druidic and
jolly.
English lore. Ded Moros formed separate from Europe's
Look at
tradition,
this shit.
yet it's the same story. At first, he stole children and brought them away in his gigantic sack. To ransom the
Look at
kids,
this shit.
their parents had to give him presents. So originally, it was in
The kids had to
reverse.
give him presents.
Then with the lapse of time,
Player.
everything turned upside down, or inverted. Under the
Oh,
influence of
shit.
the Orthodox traditions, Father Frost reformed and became kind and started to give presents to kids. Then, he adopted certain traits from St. Nicholas, the prototype of Western Santa Claus. Muslims celebrate Christmas, it's just not called that. The Persian festival, Yalda, also a reference to the Gnostic Yaldabaoth, or Shab-e-Yalda, in other words, Saturn, is a celebration of the winter
Ooh,
solstice in
let
Iran
me
and
know if he
Turkey.
lying, y'all. Let me know.
Well,
Man.
let's take a
Let
look at
me
this
know if he
Iranian or
bullshitting.
Persian Santa
Y'all
Claus.
Muslims that mess
Haji
with that
Firuz,
knowledge. Let me
the
know if he
fire starter,
bullshit.
in reference to the ancient Zoroastrian mages who initially created this cult of the eternal
Look
flame,
at this shit, y'all. Look
would
at
dress
this
up in red
bullshit.
attire with a blackened face and perform street spectacles. A prominent Persian historian, Murdad
Swatapin.
Bahar, speculates that the name Sayawaxis might mean black man or dark-faced man, but then goes on to suggest that the term black in the name may be referenced either to the blackening of the faces of the participants in the aforementioned Mesopotamian ceremonies or to the black mask that they wore for the festivities.
Which one y'all believe?
In Turkey, he's also known as Noel Baba.
Look at this shit.
I also find it interesting that the folklore doesn't really exist here, yet they claim that St. Nicholas comes from here. There's actually this Turkish article where the author is discussing the origins of Santa and even mentions the Crusades and that this man is coming for our children. Thought that was interesting for a Medium article. But he implies that the references of St. Nicholas come from a different time and location. In Africa, modern Santa Claus is represented as a
Oh
black
shit.
woman, Mama Tinga
Africa.
Tinga, who wears the same red hat,
Wakanda
carrying the
forever.
entire city in her bowl, said to be the
Huh?
mother of all
In a
Africa.
bowl, chap.
Now, ancient customs in Libya,
She
where
done
Santa
saved
is
the whole
replaced
Africa.
by Old Man Beka or Old Man Beggar, which is a Christmas tradition in Sierra Leone and Guinea as well. These dancers would dress up as dancing devils with mask of the black goat. Many costumes have a similar straw appearance in comparison to Germanic tradition. They seem to be clear pagan rituals, and you can also see the red hat and red crown symbolism. The
Right.
worship of the
Like,
bull.
shit,
They seem to
it's
be referring
obvious,
to the
man.
same thing. Father Christmas is also celebrated in Nigeria. The Nigerian Father Christmas is usually a tall, thin black man in an oversized red coat, sweating profusely from wearing the attire in humid weather. Father Christmas in Nigeria doesn't really go home to home, he only goes to parties. But interestingly, this resembles some voodoo priest, which is another topic on its own. But we're speaking of ancient death cults, which is said to have developed in the 16th century with these voodoo priests, and they are equated with the Roman Catholic saints. Quote, its main structure derives from the African traditional religions of West and Central Africa, which were brought to Haiti by enslaved
Oh
Africans between the
shit.
16th and 19th centuries. On the island, these African religions mix with the iconography of the European-derived traditions such as Roman Catholicism and
Oh
Freemasonry, taking
man.
the form of voodoo around the mid-18th century. In combining varied influences, voodoo has often been described as syncretic or a symbiosis, a religion exhibiting diverse cultural influences. End quote. Mexico does have a Santa Claus. It is Papa Noel, or Father Christmas,
Baba
Baby Jesus,
Noel.
and Santa Claus himself. Also, the duendes have red pointed
Go
hats
celebrate
and
Papa
or red
Noel.
top hats, connecting with the gnomes. There's also the tradition of the piñatas and the destruction of the star, with the reward of candy or defecation as some strange Freemason blindfolded ritual taught to children. It is interesting that Spain doesn't really focus too much on St. Nicholas or Santa Claus. But Papa Noel is from the French Santa Claus,
Yeah,
and this is
bruh.
where it gets crazy. Well,
Oh
first,
shit. My bad.
this
Hold
is
on.
from the early 1880s to 1900s, just like the Cabbage Patch Kids. And they were
Oh
also
shit.
promoting this in France during this time to orphans. Many of these French postcards of Père Noël are very creepy and have a similar vibe of promoting something behind the scenes with hidden intentions. Père Noël with orphans. It's the same strange, old colorized, surreal real photo postcards.
Even though the suits wasn't red yet, Pete. You see that? Suits wasn't red yet.
Right.
You come through with the come through. Some of them was red with the hat figure thing. You know, some of them was the hoodie. Looked like motherfucking Ku Klux Klan and shit. Some of them bitches was hanging down. Some of them bitches was standing straight up. Yeah, they were coming all kind of way. Look, that shit do look creepy though, bro. His old ragged ass bringing toys to do what? Nobody don't know this, man.
To
Then your
seduce the
mama tell you
kids and
don't talk
throw them
to
in the sack.
strangers. Your mama told you don't talk to strangers.
Stranger
We could stop
danger,
it right here,
stranger
fellas.
danger.
We could stop it
Mm-hmm.
right here, man. On that note, you know what I'm saying? Because this is a part of the history of Christmas. So far I think he did a good breakdown on everything that happened with it. So I want to just get my fellas' thoughts on it, and we could close this one out. Yeah.
I think a lot of what he was saying, especially when he got into Saint Nick being at the Council of Nicaea and shit, I kind of started thinking, they just telling their story from the way, they wanted it to be depicted or whatever. Like,
Mm.
Right.
it might be another story to it or whatever, or something like that. But from
Right,
based on
bits
what
and
they were
pieces.
saying, it's like, fuck, the shit is just I don't know. Like I said, you could just tell that bits and pieces of it was literally, and he even said, like,
Yeah, they got
some,
crazy with it. That's
uh some parts went different ways. They had multiple different versions. A part who says that too, so
Bandhead Music Productions.
I get it though. I get what he was doing.
Yeah, it took a major twist for me when he said that Santa Claus was actually a witch. Because a lot of the stuff that
that
they
was
were talking
serious.
about with St. Nicholas, I had seen a little bit earlier while I was doing my research to, find a video for it until Silence said, we already had one designated for it. But that threw me through a big old loop because I thought they were gonna go I thought he really was gonna go all the way
Yeah,
back
she
to
was
the
mad.
origin
Yeah,
of
fuck yeah. She was
Saturnalia.
mad.
Like,
She was mad. She said, "My baby on a slick. Look, I still want to take care of you."
so yeah, that like this a
Even
lot
even
of
though I can't, you know what I'm saying? I can't have her married, but you ever heard of a story like that?
man, that definitely sounds like something out of the Christian
A
catalog.
a girl who conducts herself as a man, had a baby, and give it to somebody together, but at the same time still have attachment to the baby and wanna still be there in their life. But that's auntie instead of mama. Man, that's cool. Sound like some Jerry Springer shit to me. That was crazy though. I ain't gonna lie, that was crazy.
I ain't gonna lie, boy. It took a minute, but damn. Whew.
Yeah, I
That's
was
a
told
lot of
because it's a lot to
that's a
break
lot
down.
of
Man, I'm trying to tell you,
a lot of
that's the
information
shortest
to
he could
digest.
have did it, Pete. Cause like Jeff said, a lot of the stuff he was, he was blessed to understand it from the beginning of where he was going. Like you said, from the Nasir, he just kind of picked up from there and kind of soaked it all in from where he was going with it. Cause he still ain't really come to his full, point to everything that happened. It's just so much stuff to break down. So, like I said, definitely if y'all want to do a part two, definitely do that. But it's like from that point and him bringing it all the way back to, Santa being this entity from all these different religions and thought processes. What you thought about that?
I really do think that the process that which he broke it down could have been a little bit better, but the
Huh?
parts
No, I
that
ain't. No, that's not what I was.
No, I'm
I was
saying
asking
he-
about the.
Go ahead.
I
What
was.
you saying?
No, I was asking. I was asking about the. Well, I mean, I think he did. That's what I was saying. It's a lot of stuff to break down. Like,
Well, see,
I
I
think
thought
he
he
did a
was
good
gonna
job
take
of
it
what
back
he
to
was
the.
explaining.
I thought he
Well,
was
to the.
gonna go back to the fact that Saturnalia was something that was started by the Norse people from the
Well,
northern
you wouldn't.
country.
But that's listen. That's you gonna have to do a part two. That's what I'm trying to tell you. We didn't even get that far, my brother. We didn't get that
God
far.
damn.
It's a lot of stuff to break down. Well, I said just that. That was a little piece of it. That's what I was trying to tell you. That thing damn near 3 hours, though. So I get what you're saying, but we didn't even get that far because he definitely was going into other religions, and other beliefs as well, especially mythology.
Right.
So
And
I just
see,
wanted to stop it at the Santa part right there because it kind of tied in for tonight because I knew he was gonna run long, because of the other news always hit us.
Yeah, cause I really thought he was gonna start.
I ain't
from
gonna
the
say he didn't
Norse
do a good
part.
job. I think he did a damn good job of breaking that shit down. Like, 'cause it's a lot of
Definitely, he did a good
information.
job.
His
like I said, I
own
thought he was
research and
gonna
shit.
go back to the Norse part because from the Norse is where all the original celebrations and all that stuff came from, and then it got tied down into the Christianity, being that Christianity came later than what the Norse was doing, and Christianity tied it in.
What
Now,
timeline you using? Because who's to say how long that been around? And I think that's what Norses is. Norses is a part of the pagan religion. It's
right,
just
but
in
I'm
different
talking
areas.
about like,
You didn't let him. He didn't get to the Norse yet. The Muslim and
so
that
basically
is
he
just
was
as
working
old as the
backwards.
Norses. That's what he was going from our belief, right? From what we know as it, and then bringing it forward. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
It's a whole piece to it. You want to talk about the Norse, but we didn't have a time to listen to his part about
Breakdown
that.
on that, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. That's the only thing, because he definitely got into that shit too. That's why I say if you want to do a part 2, if you got time, we can do a part 2. But I ain't gonna sit here and lie on the bed and be like, no, he didn't talk about the North. No, he actually did. This bitch long as
highlighted a
fuck.
little bit of it.
No, he didn't get into it, like you said.
Yeah.
He didn't get into it. He didn't. We didn't listen to none of his statements on the Norse's part of it at all. Like, he was on the Muslim, he's on the Christian, he was on the Hebrew, he's on the Jewish, right? We didn't even get to that part of it at all.
In the very earlier parts, he did say that was something that was gonna come up later. So
all right,
that's why I'm saying I was kind of like, when we gonna get to that part? Because I know it's in there.
Right. You don't know it's in there. It's your first time seeing it. We could do a part 2 where we could go over it and talk about the story. When he talk about it, we could get into the rest of the video where he actually talks about what you're saying.
Okay.
I mean, yeah.
Oh boy, but that's a lot, boy. That's a lot.
So far, though, I mean, you still ain't answer my question. He still answered my question. Like,
man, see, he wasn't talking about that shit. He ain't said.
Yeah, he said it. Like, nigga did. You right. He did. He did not bring up to him the nurse's part of it. Yeah, he did. But about as far as we got in the video, what did you think about it? As far as what he did talk about, as far as what actually happened, how it ties to the red hat and all the little clues you picked up so far, and what you saw about Santa Claus and Saint Nick, because we didn't get to the Saturn worship version of the show. We did. We were still in the beginning of it. So.
Down to the historical depictions that they had, it makes sense because it fits the timeline in which all of these things that he talked about were being written, and it kind of goes along into some of the things that we've learned talking about other episodes, talking through some of the other episodes about the stuff that we talk about. I'm starting to see now that a lot of, especially the Muslim, the Christianity, the Jewish, the Egyptian, like a lot of that stuff is actually starting to tie itself into the timeline of the things that we've been noticing that they've been talking about throughout history. Like, but this definitely ties into the Christmas thing and where the folklore or the myth of Santa Claus and Kris Kringle and all these other old names that they done
careful,
come from. Yeah.
Be careful. You got a little bit of piece of what of what he stands for. And like you said, it's not the only thing he stands for from what we learned tonight, but it was a lot of Jews drive. I ain't know he was a woman at one time neither. I did not know that.
Right.
I did.
Like who
the
decided
Muslim
to change
tied
that
up with the head,
aspect?
the head, and the significance of the red head and what it represents.
Do y'all think
changing of the color?
Do y'all think people still worship it in the same aspect that he's speaking of it?
Yes.
I think there is a certain. But I don't think they do it. I think they hide it like they, like they did back then. It's I think they still, I think they got better at hiding. I think they do, but I think they got better at hiding. Because now it's marketable, so now it's easy to hide. Like it's just some bullshit that just happened because it's some shit I could sell. But when you buy those same things that them same bullshits that's to sell for these ceremonies and rituals and all that shit, it does ties into you celebrating what really happened or what's really going on. What you say, Pete? What you think?
Oh, I still think they celebrate it, and it's like you say, is not as widely celebrated out in the open. But I really do believe they still celebrate it, like for real.
Right.
And it's kind of like starting to play out in everyday life.
I mean, because when you think about it, the average, because I ain't him, well, I don't know if he was gonna get to that part or whatever, but the average American family, they wear the pajamas and shit, and give gift for each other and shit, go to church or whatever. That's probably what a typical Christmas experience is for the typical American family or whatever. Outside of, like I say, even with the Santa Claus, like I don't know nobody that's still saying Santa Claus real type shit. So that's why I asked, like, what do y'all think they really still, doing the shit?
Yeah, because as you get older, a lot of that shit is on give a fuck mode. I noticed that too. Like, a lot of stuff, I just don't even pay attention to no more, to be honest with you. But just learning the history off of where it come from and learning that I the part where I and me wanting to keep it going, is another thing. And people just believing that it has nothing to do with this still doesn't take away from them doing the ritual as well, because it's the knowing of the unknown. You know what I'm saying? It's like yeah, you don't know, but you're not exempt from your actions, especially if it's from a fucked up place. So I mean, a lot of them got to be accountable for that shit too, especially if they believe in God. Like a lot of them be tripping with that shit, and it goes too far, and especially around these times. So I do think a lot of, especially the ones who's actually really into their religion, it be the main ones, though, who actually into it be them.
Yeah, the crazy thing about that is, they tell you that in church. Like I know church people right now tell you, they mad that people do what they do for Christmas, but in the church, y'all celebrate Christmas. Like, it's Christmas and this and that and the third and all this other shit. Pastor Love offering gonna come out because he got to get him a gift. It's just,
ceremony, right? It's set up, but not knowing, it's fucked up. I mean, I don't know what it's gonna get for people to believe or to read the Bible, but you can't say you believe in both if you're pagan worshiping and you're also, you know what I'm saying? You're saying you believe in this. You can't believe in this if you're pagan worshiping. The man told you they chopped the tree off because of souls and all this shit here. You're not even supposed to be believing in death. You're supposed to be believing in life. So why even go along with putting the tree up if that is what that means? If you read the Bible, you see what I'm saying? Everything has its consequences of the actions of whatever it is. People pick and choose their shit. That's true too, and they got to be accountable for that too. But it's like it has its own history, and you can't You can't not, take that away from it. Like, see what I'm saying? Just because people don't look at it like that, don't believe it. Even if they not, if they, you know what I'm saying? Like they don't even know nothing about it no more. So,
Yeah, I
but
don't
what if
even
they
think
did
people
know this?
care, you know what I'm saying? About
What if
the
they
history
did
of
know
it.
this? If they didn't care, like what if they did know this though? Maybe they'll stop them from getting a treat. Maybe they'll stop. You worry about that and just give their people some gifts and just go, chill with their people. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Wear your pajamas and shit. You
Yeah,
ain't
I
gotta
think
put them
they
lights
really
up.
changed
You ain't
it.
gotta do the reads. You ain't gotta, do Yuletide carol many times in many ways.
Right.
If you say you don't believe in that, child, because that's what I'm saying. I'm not telling nobody what you believe in. I'm just saying, you can't do both of them, man. You can't. That's
But
how
see,
it
that's the
goes.
thing too. Like at the end of the day, like with the tree thing or whatever, there are people going to debate if that shit even
That
true.
even means that.
You know what I'm
Of
saying? If
course.
that really mean that type shit too. So like I said, at the end of the day, it's still people still gonna decide to do,
What
and
they
I
want.
think that not saying it don't. I'm saying like it's people out there that's doing what you saying right, what he's saying right now. Like they celebrate Christmas for the reason, they intentionally go and chop a tree down, with the thinking of the soul shit or whatever. Like them people going to
Right.
chop tree downs with the intention of
Real
thinking they
witches.
just putting tree,
Winter
putting
solstice.
grits
Yeah,
of it or whatever, and they just
like
gonna
a
give
nigga
their
go to
families their
church.
gift.
Yeah.
Yeah, they not.
And they might still
That's
do
what
the
I'm
gifts too.
saying.
The witches, they do the they do the same shit.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Bandhead Music Productions.
Oh, what was I about to
Yeah,
say?
I don't
God
think.
damn it, I don't forgot.
I just don't think it's gonna change.
He forgot. You ain't say nothing. Chop was talking, man.
At the end of the day, the church is supposed to be one of the first places, and they haven't been celebrating the shit the right way from the beginning. So
Norman was just talking about that, dog. He said he be getting mad at his people. He be ready to run his shit. He said, "Yeah, bro."
But you
He
gotta-
be talking about the tree thing, like the man was talking about the tree thing and everything. He was like, "Yeah, y'all put that thing in y'all house," and he talking like that. Saying that ain't what it is. Y'all got get, talking how what we talking about right now. If you believe in that though, right? And that's what he was saying. And it's like some people love, but you're not going to get the props. He and them get the props. Your boy and they're gonna, whoever the flashy is or whoever's going along with the go along is usually the feel. It's that's what it is right now. So people just think it's okay to ignore that shit, but it's not. If you say you believe in what you believe, because you're gonna be responsible for that. And this is what it is. No matter like they tell you like when they believe in like Papa Shango or somebody, and like you praising the Papa Shango or some shit, right? What the fuck? And you go against the grain of Papa Shango. They don't they tell you that something bad gonna happen to you if you fuck over Papa Shango? So why wouldn't it be, the same consequences for a guy that you say you believe in that has all this same power or even stronger? You know what I'm saying? No matter how you look at it. There's always consequences behind you going against something that you believe in, though. You feel me? Whatever you believe in, because a lot of people don't believe in the same shit. I get that part. But whatever they do, that is always damn near in the clause. Name it. I'm just saying, Chop. This shit crazy, bro. This shit crazy, man. That shit cute, bro. But it ain't what it is. If you believe in something that say that don't do it. Now, if you say, yeah, I believe in some of this pagan shit, and then the tree don't really mean that to me. It just mean that I like the little smell of the tree around this time, and I want that bitch in my house. Yeah, that's what it is. But you gotta admit, it's some pagan shit. Because it has nothing to do with the Bible at all. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, none of it. That's what I'm saying. None of it has to do.
Oh yeah, no, I'm with
the
you. I'm with
Bible.
you. Yeah.
I'm just saying that
This
at the end
motherfucker's
of
so
the
fool
day, though. Basically, what people are doing
I'm definitely
now is
agreeing
the
with you.
same
That's. I
thing.
hope I didn't sound like I was
Yeah,
saying something against you. That's my fault,
the
there,
same thing
because I was
they
definitely agreeing with you.
saying is, like I said, it's the same thing they doing with the whole Santa Claus shit. Like they got a little kid to tell you a story about Santa Claus right now, and that's a whole different person. You know what I'm saying? So
dang.
At the end
Definitely.
of the day, that little kid don't know.
But some of those
about,
similarities stand
he
out,
don't
like
know that that's
sitting your daughter on
devil
a
and
stranger's
all this
lap.
other shit, and he
Just something that
did
simple,
this,
Yeah, go up there
you
to Santa
know.
Claus. Tell him what you want. Huh? You the daddy, nigga.
Yeah, I couldn't.
You don't want to
but see,
go send your
it's
daughter
different
to
for
no
me
another
too,
nigga to
because
tell her what you want.
growing up,
Something
we never
that
thought
simple.
Christmas
Yeah,
was
they
about
crazy.
what it was about anyway. Like that's
Yeah.
just.
A lot of
I don't
single
know. I didn't
parents,
grow
bro,
up
didn't know,
thinking
bro. They just want
about no Santa Claus
single
and
parents.
shit. It's like you say, who
You gotta
let
tell
the
it.
nigga come down their chimney, and we ain't got chimneys in the hood. So
Hey, nah, never one
sound like some white
Mama,
people
stop.
to me.
Don't tell me no stories. Don't tell me none of them stories. It's alright. It's like they get a kick out of seeing if you
It's
believe it.
crazy you say mama because them the ones that really be pushing that shit.
It's like they get a kick out of seeing if you believe it.
Nah, females they'll say. Well, I think they be trying to relive their childhood, like
right.
They be
Yeah, that's what they say. But they laugh at you
certain
when you
things
believe in
they
that shit, and they
didn't
keep
have
going
when
with
they
that
was a
damn
child,
story,
and
like
be
they
acting
watching
like
The Young and the Rest.
it's the child. Yeah, I wanted him to have this. That fucking child don't care about none of that shit you talking about.
You know the sure gonna keep asking you questions.
Yeah, nah.
Well, how you do this, mama? Well, yeah. Man, you gotta explain the whole damn you.
Standing up there, gotta tell that lie to your
Man,
child every year.
Santa Claus look like young Michael Jackson and everything in your head by the time your mama finished the story. This shit crazy.
Saying,
Man.
like you just ain't nobody about to sit up there and think it's a nigga coming bring gifts. This nigga don't know me. He don't. How
And
you
one
know
night,
what I want?
everybody.
I know. And not just me. He going across the whole world and give everybody shit.
Knowing good and damn
In the
well you
slave.
ain't been good. And see the other old crazy.
So
lie
what's
that
behind it? Now knowing that it's that false, right? What is the shit behind it? And I think that's what Ron was trying to get into. Like it's crazy to have all that symbolism and use it all at one time to tell a story. Like, wait,
I think it's more about money than people think it is. You know what I'm saying? Like it's.
Because
like,
even
I
going
see
back
what
to
saying, what he's saying about the symbolism and shit, but it's still one of the. It's a fucking
most profitable
potluck.
days of the
it's
year.
the most profitable days. I mean, times of the year. Like then you
yeah,
got New
their
Year's,
power.
but
Their power consists of the money. So that's why it is what it is, right? If you look at it from that situation, because if, like you said, if we break all these so-called spells, right? These fucked up ways of thinking that this shit is really real, what would it mean, right? Like you saying, y'all just getting money out of it at that moment. Once I don't believe in it, I will stop spending my money. Once I
Same way
don't
with
want
that
to
Black Friday
participate,
shit.
I'm gonna stop spending my money. And what that's gonna do, child, that's gonna take their ass out of business because they need the money to push their bullshit, to have their little
But
orgy
see,
parties. They have, all
the
that shit
thing
cost
about
money.
the thing about that is that's why they have the two big sales at the end of the year. It's the
Bam!
Black Friday and it's the
Right.
Christmas. They have the two big sales because one, most shit like right now I got a bottle of Marvel Mystery. That's this stuff you add to your Earl. It's like an additive you add to your Earl. It help your engine last longer or whatever. But anyway, long story short or whatever, it's on the shelves right now in AutoZone for a cheaper price than it normally would because they got these coupons on there that the last day you can redeem the shit is the 31st of the witch card. So they got to put that shit out on the shelves and they got to sell it at a lower number because you got to get rid of it. You got to make some type of profit off it or whatever.
For sure, for sure.
The reason I'm saying that is because even with the trees, when you think about it, the trees come from Florida, come from that way or whatever. So,
what tree?
The Christmas trees, the ones that they get them from, or sometimes from California. But if you notice, they've been having the fires and shit or whatever. So when they had the fires, they had to start. They switched. They started getting the Christmas trees from another place or whatever. But,
No shit. Okay, I ain't know that. That's what's up. I ain't know that shit.
But I'm just saying that.
I thought they get them bitches from Wisconsin or something. My goof ass. I ain't know, Chap.
If you notice, whenever they have the
mostly all your pine trees.
whenever they have the fires
like
and shit, the trees be extra high and they be small. They don't be as big and full as they should because they pick them bitches early because people are demand up and they ain't got none. They didn't lost a lot of them because of the fire. But anyway, long story short, I'm just saying that most people that I know, and I only could speak for the people I know now. When you get on social media, you see a lot of shit or whatever. You definitely see a lot of shit or whatever. But
TikTok killing their ass right now.
I don't think people really like before Katrina. I could see my mom and them used to spend money on the trees and all that type of shit. Make sure it was flocked and all that type of shit. When a nigga was a kid, but now it's like you can't even get a flock tree unless you're gonna spend like $200-300 on a fucking tree
for them to flock it.
Yup.
Yeah, like that shit it's not even.
It's not cheap like it used to be.
Yeah, it's not cheap. Like
supply and demand. Supply and demand.
You know what I'm saying? So
it used to cost like $25 extra.
Supply and demand.
More people getting these little foldable shits. Well, you can just fold that bitch back up.
The plastic joints, come in the box. Set that motherfucker
fold the
up.
bitch back up for what you call it. Lights stay on the motherfucker. They don't even,
right.
Like
you just put transformer.
The trees have definitely like the trees. I don't see motherfuckers. I see people in red and white, but like far as actually wearing the motherfucking, I ain't seen one person this yet. And I done been to a school play and everything at my daughter's school, and ain't nobody had on the motherfucker. Yeah, nobody had the Santa Claus hat on or nothing. But that's because I think
real trees. That shit was
we
crazy.
fucking these people really fucking people change things just like slangs and shit. Something might have meant something a certain way in the 60s or the 70s or whatever, and now it means something totally different. We was talking about that shit like with the glizzy and all that type of shit. It's just that they lying if they saying they making all that money off trees and wreaths and Christmas decorations and all that shit. Nah. People buying that end of the year shit that then went on sale, and you gotta have something to say because all the Black Friday shit still gotta sell.
Then look what come right behind that. Filing your taxes.
Filing your taxes to give you more money because everything they didn't sell for Black Friday and Christmas, they gotta sell you when you get your income tax. Cause the new shit don't come out till when? The fucking summer. Unless
Nah,
we
not
talking
necessarily
spring.
like the middle of the year. Like, yeah, that
That's the
middle
summer,
part of the year.
nigga.
Yeah, the summer. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
I
You
don't
right.
know.
No, you right. You absolutely
It's
right.
just
Around the middle of the
it's
year, that's when all the
trends.
new shit start
It's
coming out. Cause you got
trends,
that
and what I
the
have
4th of
learned
July sales
with
and
the
all
white
that
people,
shit.
you know, and the Jews and shit, you gotta just follow the money. You gotta follow the money and see what they doing with the money, because at they gonna throw you all the motherfucking loops and new wires and all that shit. But they at
you
the end of the day, people don't give a fuck about no curse. Not all of them or none of that shit. They weren't about that fucking money.
You got
They trying to get that bag.
You got Black Friday after Thanksgiving, the after Christmas sale. Then you file your tax. Don't forget the New Year. You gotta buy your fireworks. Then
And
you
just
got
think
tax
about what it
season
is in the
started.
community, in the black community. People
you
ain't
got-
going around saying Santa Claus coming through in the so-called black community. People ain't going around saying that shit. They using that shit for, man, look, I ain't buying my churn shit
The
all
kid, the
year.
badass kid to fuck with you or something. You know, you gotta be
Yeah,
young to still believe it. Cause I think that's what they talking about too. Like they young when they, you know, the age is getting shorter and shorter. You can tell from back then. Like, you know, nigga probably was up to 12 back then. Like 15 and shit. But now that bit down to about 7, 6. The year I'm saying of believing in Santa Claus. It probably, you know, the people probably was older back then believing in it
don't
more,
think
but
people
now it
fucking
done wore off
raise
so
their
much
churn
that
now,
the young
saying that they even got a Santa Claus. I don't like me and my girl in the beginning. We had that debate with my daughter, and you know she 3, 4, and I'm like, man, don't tell that girl
because
about
other
no,
people
ain't no
telling
motherfucking Santa
us.
Claus.
That's what I'm telling
Ain't
you.
no damn
That's
Santa
what,
Claus,
that's the
boy.
part.
Nobody don't
Yeah,
hear that shit, man.
that's that
No
bullshit
Santa
I'm talking
Claus.
about.
Don't
God
want
knows
to hear
it is up to y'all to tell her. But look why she learned. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? What you
Or let
mean?
them people tell her. And you know what, my daughter ain't
Thank you.
stupid.
Them
Come ask
goddamn
me.
people, child.
She said,
Them
bruh.
goddamn
So dad, we gotta leave milk. I said, girl, if you leave milk and cookies for Santa, I'ma eat.
She ready to leave it. She ready to leave him for a stranger, child. Look at this bullshit.
If you gotta leave cookies
Oh my God.
and shit for somebody,
Some milk
I'm
and cookies off the
gonna
day.
eat it.
Not for you, for somebody
think I'ma let
else.
a
She
nigga
think another
bring
nigga about to
cookies in
come
this
there.
I'm about to let a nigga bring cookies and milk in my house.
Them people that convinced her to look right past your ass, nigga.
Like, no, girl, don't
In
do
a
that.
red suit and a red ass hat. He about to fat ass about to come through and make it happen, child. That shit, come on, that's the part
sit
right
down
there.
in your
It's
chair,
that
eat
part
your
of it.
milk
It's
and
that
cookies.
underline. I'm glad you
Yeah.
said that. It's that underline. That shit weird. And they forced it on them, though. And they forces it on them, you know.
They do, though. That's one thing.
And it's
I
it
can
is
say
up
they
to y'all.
definitely
That shit crazy.
that shit
Cause like
on
you
them
said, bro,
kids.
you ain't tell nobody nothing about that shit. What the fuck? Cookies? Huh? Yeah.
My mama look at me crazy if I believe a fucking Santa Claus coming.
My mama was into it. Tell boy,
mama be
tell my
like,
mama
boy,
used
if you don't sit
to get
your
the
crazy
real
ass
tree,
down.
nigga. She go
That's
get
what
the
I'm saying.
real
She gonna
tree,
get that real
nigga.
tree and all that
That
shit.
bitch
I'm like,
smelling in that bitch.
got
You
the
heard me?
whole
That's what I
house
see.
smelling like fucking
God
pine cones
damn.
and shit. Gotta fucking
Not
move.
knowing what
Gotta
the
put that
fuck
water
going
in the
on.
bottom of that little dish at the bottom.
It was a thing, yeah.
Yeah, man.
I watched. I was
was.
speaking from experience of that shit, not realizing what was actually going on, and them not realizing what was going on. Like the man said in the beginning of the damn thing, we have been taught this programming, yo, over the time, and their grandparents from that. That's why they say a lot of the shit that happened to us, the changing who we are as a people and putting us into that black shit. You know what I'm saying? It goes into this shit as well with this belief of this. All that ties into a lot of this shit though. With the I'm just saying, bro. It does, bro. So It's only been that few times to go with this shit, man. So it all connects in, you know, the time where they told our people it was okay to accept these things, you know. Oh, that's nice. That's, you know, not knowing that it carried what it did behind it, you know, selling it to us. You know, you done killed 7 people with a gun. A nigga gonna sell it to you. That's crazy. That's crazy, y'all. Knowing everybody got their money. That's crazy. You done stab somebody. You say that bitch an antique, man. You sit that bitch in the thing and say antique too. World War II shit. This nigga done stabbed 9 people with this motherfucker. Now you
like
got
that,
you done bought it. Oh man.
if
Yo,
you
we
if
can
you
close
saying
out, fellas. Yo,
if you like that though,
yeah. Oh shit.
Oh boy.
It was a great conversation. I didn't expect the conversation, you know, to be as narrow, you know. Well, I ain't gonna say narrow. I'm gonna say straightforward as it was, with as far as, you know, how that shit all break down. You know, I appreciate
it's
both of
crazy
y'all
like he see, bro.
opinions on that, man. For
but
real,
like
I
you see
appreciate both
too,
y'all opinions on
the
that shit.
fucking the one thing I could see. What he's saying, I remember being under the trance, or so-called trance or whatever. I remember being a child and thinking certain things and saying that shit out loud and just thinking to myself,
Wishing
like,
and
what
hoping
the
that I'm a.
fuck did I just do? But you know what I'm saying? So, but I can say that was, I would say, like my parents' era. You know what I'm saying? Like they was part. Well, not, I wouldn't say they. My mom probably was definitely. You know, my dad was Jehovah's Witness, so he definitely wasn't part of that. But it's
Yeah,
just
my mom definitely. Oh, I told you. She was
these times, like
full
right
drought,
now.
still is.
Nah, because we
Set the
the
tree up and
parents now. You
everything.
know what I'm saying? We ain't the fucking kids. We the parents now. So I ain't believe in the motherfucker as a child.
But like you
I'm about to
say too,
teach my
Chop, they
child
don't
to believe
they
in the
don't know nothing
motherfucker.
about all that other shit. So it's like, you know, they just go along with it, which is understandable too. Like you said, bro, I'm not taking nothing from nobody, and that was the whole point of me even, you know, just showing the origin of it. It wasn't to, you know, this just made nobody what they understand it as, because I can't put that on them if they saying I don't know nothing about that shit. I just look at the tree. Feel me? Okay, that's
Right.
that.
Yeah, I'm about to say, cause nigga
But
ain't
it's
gonna give
like,
a fuck what you're talking about if that's the only time he get to see his grandma and his
yeah,
cousins every year. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
nigga,
they
like,
got a tree.
shit,
You know,
fuck
it is
that
what it
tree and
is.
all that. Nigga, I'm
You
here
know,
for grandma and my
yeah,
cousin.
you know, it's your own discernment. You know, you can't. You're not gonna be able to, you know, control everybody. It's just, I just want to, you know, bring that to y'all and just trip y'all head out about how much history it was on just Santa Claus alone, nigga. We ain't even, you know, we ain't even getting to Christmas yet. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah, bro, that shit
next? P.
bug
Dot,
the
huh?
fuck out, nigga.
P. Dot, you next, huh?
Yeah, I'm next week.
Alright, people, tune in next
Is that
week.
New
Y'all gonna
Year's,
have something
nigga?
for y'all.
Is that New Year's
Yeah,
Day or
dig.
something?
No,
Oh
that's gonna
shit.
be the 29th next week.
Okay.
Oh, well, I don't know. I'm just
It's gonna be
asking, 'cause, you know,
one of the last shows. As a
I ain't
matter of
gonna
fact,
be mad
I'm gonna
at the
be
people.
first on the last show of the year.
Oh, that's what's up.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Be going by my
Tune
cousin.
in, y'all.
Wait, let me check the calendar and make sure I'm saying that right.
Oh
shit,
Lord,
there
you gonna
you
do
go,
that later,
nigga.
nigga. Let me
Go
cancel
ahead,
this
man.
out.
The dividends.
Appreciate y'all
Ask Tamika how to
for
divide
coming
and
through.
subtract to see what fucking
Blood
money it
talk,
is
no
today.
love.
What today? Ask them when they changing
We
the
appreciate
fucking
y'all.
daylight saving time. She might know that shit too.
I
Alright.
don't know.
Boy, I
Blood
can't
talk,
hit
no
the end
love.
button. Y'all gotta hit it.
Let's go. About to hit that motherfucker. Y'all ready? This is Silent Child 17. Thank y'all for a
P
great
dot
show.
on the spot.
Yes, sir.
Chop Tracks in the building. The
And
other
we
dude.
out this motherfucker. Big
I get the
Smoke.
name now. I see
Thank
the
all
name.
y'all. Appreciate it.
For sure.
Let's go.